How's it going, Tomer? Slept well? Yeah, I would say so. It was nice. Yeah, I did stay in bed for a decent amount of time. I actually woke up at like 2, and then I don't know. I checked my phone, and some reason my phone wasn't updating, because I saw you sent me that message for me it was 10 a.m. But I saw that at 4, like when I woke up the second time. But I was checking Discord to see if like, just like for any updates on anything, and my phone just wasn't updating. But then when I checked my phone again, like later, the second time I woke up, I saw that there were like a bunch of updates. I was like, fuck, damn. I would have woken up sooner otherwise, because I was just laying in. I mean, I guess I did get like an extra hour of sleep, but yeah. Pixel art race, all right, sounds good. I was here sub 20 subs or sub 20. Sub 20 seconds. I see. How's it going, Fourth? Yeah, I had I was on, like, we were a bunch of us were on your stream yesterday, and yeah, you're having internet issues. There, by the way, there is a setting that you can turn on Twitch, because I had the same issue, and it just helped with my stream. Because every time your stream crashes, it starts up an entirely new stream. But on Twitch, there's a setting. There's a setting in. I think if you go into your channel. Is it under settings, maybe? Channel and videos. Right here, disconnect protection. If you turn this on, it'll turn that blue screen on instead, and that way, if your stream crashes for whatever reason, it'll turn blue for like 2 seconds, because your stream comes back right away. For me, the issues that I had, it was like, see, it has 90 seconds. For me, like, it would take me like 45 seconds to reboot the stream sometimes, but for you, it's literally like 5 seconds every time. Like, it'll crash for a second, and then it'll be right back up. But if you have this turned on, it'll fix the stream automatically. Disconnect protection. Normally, if you do not interact with viewers in real time, is there? Need to check why it's crashing. Yeah, but I mean, at least have this turned on. That way, when it does happen, because like for your stream, when it does crash, I have to refresh the page. Or actually, it's not necessary to refresh the page, but if I accidentally do refresh the page, then it kind of messes up. This way, this will like protect your plus 15 megabytes, plus 1500 megabits, 15 megabytes, or actually, what's 15 times 8? Is it megabytes? 120 up and down. 120 megabits up and down. Or up. If it's, I mean, yeah, this is a good. It might not be. So I've had issues with routers as well. Yeah, it could be an issue with your router. That's why I had to get my own. I had to get my own network. Like I had to buy an internet service because. Are you like very far from your router? If you're using Wi-Fi or are you using Ethernet? If you're very far from, that was the issue with me, is that I was very far from my router, so like any little hiccup wouldn't mess with the stream. It was fine with everything else, like playing video games and stuff, but if you're relatively far from your router, it could fuck up with the stream. From my experience. Yeah. Also, I found this really cool sound pack. I use Wi-Fi, unfortunately, and it's 30 feet away or less. 30 feet away. That is the same. That's kind of like the same distance that I had. So yeah, that could be your problem, your router distance. Although it's never happened, it hasn't happened during your past streams. So yeah, maybe something is strange. I don't know. If nothing has changed via your router, then I don't know. Unless like maybe other people are using the router as well, and maybe that's like messing with it, like distances. If you have like, I know there are like dynamic routers now that switch between like, you know, like 5 gigahertz and like whatever the other one is, 2.7 or whatever it is. That could also be fucking with it. 2.4, yeah. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, router, especially the fact that your router is far away, could be messing with it. Unless, because again, that was a new issue that's happening on your stream, so maybe, yeah, I don't know. How's it going, Half Moon? So, Tomer exposed me to a funny bug, or funny exploit that could technically happen in the game, right now, which is, you know, honestly, it's not a big deal. If someone really wants to do it, they don't tell them. Alright, I won't say anything, but it's very funny. If you figure it out, if you can figure it out, also note, cheap microwaves will really mess up Wi-Fi signals. Yeah, microwaves, the frequency of microwaves are the same as, aren't they like on the same frequency as like phones? I might be misremembering something, but I know something, there's like some sort of like similar frequency that microwaves use. I'm not sure if it's like, if I'm even using the right word, if it's frequency or something, but like, there's some frequency that they share that could like mess with it. No, microwave is the same frequency as Wi-Fi. Oh, very cool. Okay, so it's Wi-Fi, not. I see. Oh. I see. How's it going, Red Tango? I hope I said hi to everyone. Half Moon, 4th page, Octo, Tomer. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, welcome everyone. We released a demo recently. So today's gonna be. I'm actually so excited for the. Nothing's really gonna happen during. I don't think I'm not gonna try to do anything during this stream. We'll like. I'm gonna write some stuff that we plan out. I'm also really excited to like polish the game. I feel like the last few days, obviously the last few days, they've been fun, but also low-key stressful. And now we kind of get to sit back and like sort of relax. There aren't too many bugs. There's that one bug that Tomer mentioned, but honestly, I'm not like, I'll fix it, but I'm not like crazy about it. Like if someone figures out that bug or that exploit, I think it's whatever. Kudos to you. Yeah, But yeah, I found this cool music pack. This is also the same music. I own another music pack by these same guys. They're very, by the way, these sounds are very high quality. They're kind of expensive, relatively expensive to any other assets that I usually buy. Also, did I post that I'm streaming today? I didn't. Post-release. Why does it say edited here? Post-release stream. Yeah, how's it going, Nikki B? But yeah, these guys have really good sounds, and I'm actually kind of excited. I low-key want. I'm not a fan of 8-bit sounds, to be honest. 16-bit, even 16-bit, I'm not a huge fan of. But I think the issue with 16-bit sounds is that I just don't. I don't think I just found the best sounds, because a lot of like, because it's the easiest it's the easiest sound to make. A lot of like assets involve them, and they're, in my opinion, just could be better. And so I do want to find good 16-bit sounds, but I just haven't just yet. And then obviously, the super high quality sounds like, just 60. I don't know what 24-bit sounds, I guess. They're just so good in comparison. But I still would like. I think Celeste does this where there's like a decent combination between like 16-bit and like I guess 24-bit sounds. And I'd like maybe to do something similar. Apparently, I had hardware acceleration on. Oh. Yeah, I've heard issues with that in the past. Also, congrats on the first, second, and third. Tomer fourth and Akon Dev. I know I'm again mispronouncing it, dude. I'm so bad. If you can tell me if you can pronounce it like, if you can spell it out the way you would spell it out to a toddler, no, not a toddler, like a 5-year-old who's just learning to spell, I will try my best to remember it. Sorry. Atagondev, I think. Atgondev. Can you show the first leaderboard? Yeah. I should maybe have a command. This is by Bad Cop, by the way. I think she made a different version. This was the original one. You can see him actually here as well. But it was very buggy, this one. This one, I'm in the top leaderboard actually for this one. Atgondev? Okay. I think everything is Bashtak. Everything Bashtak is Bad Cop. Here. Yeah, I'm sure that's her domain. Or yeah, that's her top level. Bashtak documentate, I think, right? Bashtak. But yeah. We are currently competing against Keybind. Shit. It's gonna suck when I go on vacation. When I visit my family, I'm not gonna be able to stream, and Keybind's gonna catch up to me. Shit. But yeah, here's the leaderboard. Tomer, it's Tomer, then Half Moon, then Zendra. Zendra I haven't seen in a hot minute. I hope they're doing well. But yeah, here's everyone. Where's 8 at Gondov? Right here. At is on the rise, if I can find them right there. Time to stream. Technically, you can hack this by just streaming multiple times per day. Like literally, if I were to stop this stream then start again, I would catch up. But I would say it's kind of cheating. And we actually had this issue. Technically, I feel like I would actually be maybe or like just right on the same level as Keybind, because we had internet issues in the past where my stream would crash and the bot would reset the first. So like people would use it and then use it again. Now usually we stream once per day. There were times where I was streaming twice per day, and that let me catch up as well. But yeah. Oh, you're here. I didn't even realize you were here. Oh, I didn't even know you streamed. Let me, I'll give you a follow. Alright, give you a follow. Oh, and you do Godot dev too. Oh yeah. But yeah, if you stream twice a day, you'll definitely catch up. Or if you decide to do the little hack, but, leave that. I wouldn't feel good. I wouldn't feel proud if you hacked it. Or as you, I wouldn't feel proud. But you do you. Yeah, how you doing today? How's the feedback on demo 0.7 so far? So in terms of I didn't get any feedback. If anybody has any feedback, like usually, there are some wise words that have been said recently on the feedback channel, actually. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I see it right here. So, fortunately, we haven't received too much feedback. I did get one piece of feedback. There is an exploit currently in the game, technically. But I won't mention what it is, but it does exist. If you find it, I will give you an internet high five. But yeah, no feedback just yet. I mean, besides there are already bugs in the game, so like if you there are like things. Let me see. Are there any bugs that would actually okay, so there's still this bug. If you enter the reading state while moving, this will happen. Will you give an OnlyFans link? Yes. Not mine, but someone's. Just started weekly streams. Did jam streams before that. Oh, I see. So you're a jammer. I want to do a jam pretty soon too. I think after I release 1.0, I think. Well, I do want to do. I think we're gonna definitely do a game jam in April. Actually, for sure in April. Should start playing a game. I mean, if you want to, you don't have to. But yeah, this is the only bug that I think someone would actually experience. We fixed this. Inefficiently saving data. We fixed this too. Oh, saving session data. Technically this is inefficiently saved. It's not a big deal, but technically is a thing that happens. On chapter 5 tile map. Oh yeah. Some title screen options won't work. Oh yeah, and this is the other major bug. I'll need to address that. All right. Ludum Dare is in April. Oh. What date in Ludum Dare? I wasn't planning on doing Ludum Dare. Is it 54 or 55? Probably 55. April 12th to the 14th, I see. No, I wasn't planning on doing... Oh, actually... When was I planning on doing a game jam? So, solo development usually hosts game jam... It's after April, so it would be, March? March? Or actually, I forgot when we were supposed to do it. I think... Oh, no, it is April. I'm... Oh, shit. We're competing against Ludum Dare if we do it in April. Shit. I'll have to look into it. They started doing 2 a year recently. It used to be only once. Was 3 a year last year. Oh, it was 2 for a while? I see. Oh, I thought it was only once a year. Yeah, I've actually never done a Ludum Dare. I've done several game jams, but the stars have never aligned for me to do Ludum Dare. Actually, no, I did do one. I attempted one Ludum Dare, but the game loop that I created was too ambitious. So I just abandoned it. All right. So, I did do some planning for version 8 already. It's going to be a lot of polish, I need to make sure we're doing a lot of level design. I want to do more marketing in general, so like potentially a new trailer, and then just more social. I have to get back into the groove of making more social media posts, and I need to get my bank account set up. And yeah, I do want it to be a chill month, because I will be leaving on the 20th, and then I won't be coming back until Yeah, this is actually, it kind of sucks that I won't be in front of my main PC for 20 days, basically. Or, wait, no. From the 20th, that's 10, yeah, like around 20 days. So that's almost an entire month. I will do some stuff off stream, like on my laptop, but like there's only so much I can do. And I will be streaming for a few of those days, but not too many. Hopefully this will push me though. Like I think, so I did want this to be a chill month, but who knows? The closer we get to 20, maybe I'll try to release like an 8 point, you know, maybe we can get to like an or like a 7, 1, 2, or 3 by the time the 20th reaches. Maybe we'll just do a shit ton of level design. Maybe that's what I'll do off stream as well. We'll see. Still super wild to me that Super Hot spawned out of a game. Oh, I didn't even know that. A lot of good games came out of. I mean, Celeste came from a game jam as well. But yeah, Super Hot was a pretty cool game, like a very unique game that popped out. Sleep time. See you in NPC. All right, I'll see you, Tomer. Have a good one. All right. Yeah, again, today's gonna be a super chill stream. We might do, maybe we'll start out with some, I might explore some of these sounds. I'll show you guys what these sounds are. I'm definitely going to buy them. They're very top tier. Let me know if it's too loud for you. It might be too loud. I mean, it does sound like, on the surface, it sounds kind of repetitive, though. I actually don't know what I would use this sound for, but they just sound so good to me. I was like, oh, they sound really good. And I do have another pack from these guys, another sound pack that I have from them, and it's their mobile pack. And it's funny, like, their mobile pack is actually pretty good, too, like, for mobile games. It's kind of like for a Candy Crush clone, almost, the sounds that they have, but it worked perfect for my game, so we have a lot of those in memory. There's a game jam coming up in December. There are a lot of game jams coming up. I know, do you know Video Game Donkey? Video Game Donkey has, I'm not sure when he said he's going to release, he said sometime in the winter. 7D FPS. The one that Super Hot spawned. The one that spawned, oh, I see. 7D FPS? That's the game jam? I've never heard of this one. 7D FPS. Interesting. Headshot. Nice. How long is it? 7th to the 16th. Okay, so it's like, it's a 2 week. Oh, wait, 2 weeks? No, 1 week. A little over a week. Oh no, it's probably a week, and this is probably the voting period, if I had to guess. Oh no, submission's open. Okay. I probably won't join it, just because I have, towards the end of December is when I'll be, like, pulling my hair out, for this game, but get 7 days to make an FPS, I see. That's pretty good, though. Yeah, I think I will buy this. I think, okay, there's other things that I need. I need a better dash sound, but I think maybe we'll find that in here. And I really want Celeste movement sounds. Celeste has the best collision sounds, and I tried hiring someone for it, but it was very expensive for me. And then, yeah. Where was it? I thought I had it somewhere here. I thought I had a folder called Celeste Sounds. Audio files, maybe? Celeste Brick Sounds. Like, look at... Like, these are so good. So I need to find someone... I can't find any sound packs that are that good. Just curious when the next one is happening. Yeah. Again, if you know Video Game Donkey, they're also doing one in the winter sometime pretty soon. Should I just download... Should I buy this now? We're doing it. Give me 1 second while I log in. What does Poland have to do with the game jam? Poland. I also wonder. I want to see something. Do 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 do. Polish. Oh. Polish. What are you up to today? So today's gonna be a pretty chill stream. No stress. Hopefully people enjoy that sort of stream where I'm like actually not all over the place trying to get a demo out. We're gonna be chilling. I'm gonna be exploring some sounds. We're also gonna be figuring out what I need to do. I'm also gonna record some videos. Probably won't do it today though. Or I won't do it on stream. I'll record some videos on my own, after the stream, because I need to post some stuff on social media. I might even stream again later tonight, around like 3 a.m. for me. We'll see. Because I think today, yeah, it's going to be super short. I do need to figure out everything that we need to do. It's going to be a very weird month just because I am leaving on the 20th and then coming back on the 10th. So maybe we should treat this all as like November and December as 1 month. But ideally, if I split the two, we'll just get way more stuff done. I will be doing a lot of level design, I think. Sounds more, again, I want more 16-bit sounds. Let me see what exactly we're going to update. Satisfying, here we want satisfying, oh, better dash sound right there. Yeah, let's do this. We're going to separate everything into like player, entity, world, or player, entities, world. Here, let me throw this here. Throw this in there, player. Better dash sound. Better eye squishes. That's another good one. And unique. This is more for in world. Unique sounds. Environment sound. Environ. But yeah, we just released the demo today. So today, or we released it yesterday. So today is kind of like we didn't get to. There aren't any bugs that I'm not aware of, besides the one Tomer mentioned. So I won't do any bug fixing today. We might save that. Today's Monday. We might start actually updating the game some more starting Wednesday. I'm gonna save today and tomorrow for like marketing and planning for this entire new version. And we might explore the sounds because I just bought a sound pack for $32. So I actually am excited for that. I think, yeah, it's funny, like buying sound packs is like my favorite, or buying asset packs is like my favorite thing to do. It's like Christmas for me. It's like, freaking, I don't really care about like, any material things, but like game assets, that's like my the bane of my existence, the bane of my wallet. For sound effects, I'm sure you're aware of things like chiptune and JSFXR. I've heard of SFXR, JSFXR. I assume it's the same thing, like the procedurally generated 8-bit sounds or 16-bit sounds. I haven't heard of this one, but I have heard of. There was this other tool that I used to use on like the earlier days of my development. SFXR. Is it SFX? SFX. Music and SFX. There was. There's. Oh, BFXR is an 8-bit sound effects generator. It's pretty cool if you want just like random sounds for your game. Bosca. Is another good one. For this one, the thing is, I would much rather hire someone to make sounds for me, but if this is a free tool, maybe let's see, it might not be a bad idea to try it out, like maybe on the side. Chiptune sounds are pretty good. I actually use a sound from forgot where it was. I used to have this. I have this tool that I don't like. I love to explore music, and I love making music or messing around with the tools. There's this tool, this thing that I bought called 1-Bit Dragon. You guys might have heard of. It's kind of like Bosca, if you've heard of Bosca. But just a little bit. It's kind of like it's like in between Bosca and maybe It's just a more advanced DAW compared to Bosca. But they have some decent sounds, like basic sounds to begin with, and I actually use that for. I use it for something in the game. I forgot what it was. It might have been it's the portal sound. The portal sound in the game, it was made with 1-Bit Dragon. But yeah, I usually don't explore making my own sounds, but honestly, maybe that's not a bad idea. At least for editing sounds, usually I go into Audacity and just like I'll download a bunch of stuff, and then if it sounds good on Audacity, I'll throw it in. But I'm not necessarily good at it. But we'll check it out. I think I downloaded it. Okay. And we also have this Phantom Magic pack now. I'm actually really excited for this. I think we have no space on I have 1.83 gigs, but I also have a bunch of videos. Here, let me delete everything on my. All right, something's on my computer that I have. That's a small SSD. Yeah, it's my. I don't usually put stuff on my C drive, and I don't know what currently is on my C drive. It's probably everything in my downloads. Probably have so much stuff. Let me see. Properties of I have 26 gigs on my in my downloads folder, and that includes music, sounds, like a bunch of assets that are usually probably sounds, and that's probably what's taking so much. I'll probably usually what I do is I just grab everything in my downloads because I don't really know what I want to delete. Here, wait. Let me just go in order of size. Obviously, the Phantom Music Pack is going to take the most. So let me just go into audio files. I'm going to do Fantasy Music Pack. I'm just going to throw everything from here into here. Set your web browser to ask if you want to download things and place them where it's relevant. Yeah, that's actually a pretty life pro tip. Periodically move downloads. Yeah, I also do that. Like at this point, this would be the time where I do it. It's usually at this point where like we get to this point where I'm like, all right, now it's time to move everything. My D drive is 1 terabyte, and then I have another drive that's just 200 gigs. But yeah, I think I usually throw in stuff like throw game backup stuff into this one, and then like video games and stuff are in this one. I wonder if there's anything else that I have on my C drive that I usually don't keep. Like stuff on my desktop is probably taking some space too, like audio files, for example. Yeah, we'll fix it soon. You know what? Let's do it now, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna also throw in all of these new sounds that I downloaded. 8-bit, all of these are random sounds that I. Oh wait, this is the tool here. Let me throw this into. I forgot what it's called. I'm just gonna say random DAW. What the hell is this? Why is this on my PC? Never seen that before. It's like bugged. Meanwhile, my drives are 525, 1 terabyte, and 2 terabyte all SSD. Must be nice. I mean, all in are SSD, but yeah. I don't really use too much space besides for video games, and like video games are, yeah, the most. They usually hog the most. All right, let me throw in these audio files. I'm gonna do this folder, random packs. I'll throw in all of these in here. Delete this. What the hell is this?
I should get some sleep.
Who sent this to me? I forgot who sent that to me. What's this? Boom, boom, ba-dum, ba-bow. Noticing how much yeah, honestly, same. It's the same with me and assets. I probably have so many assets that are just like re-downloaded over and over and over again. Sometimes it's all in this, like it's even like on the same in the same folder. Like, you know, when you download stuff into the same folder, it becomes like, you know, in parentheses, it's like 1, 2, and 3. I'm like scrolling through everything. I do want to make sure, like I have this sounds folder, horror and suspense, motion whooshes. So like, I don't know why this is here, but I'm going to throw it. I'm actually going to throw it here for now. We have a sounds folder. I'd assume I'd throw these. Let me see what else we got. We got a bunch of whoosh sounds. I'd show this on my screen, but I'm afraid there might be something that I don't want to share. Like I don't do anything suspicious on my computer, but you never know. But yeah, I'm gonna, after I go through everything quickly, we have a YouTube music folder, which I should probably keep. Everything else I think we will remove. Living tissue platform. UI and menus. Everything else, yeah, I have so many like zip files of assets that Germania 1 is my font that I keep using. So I will, what's this? Swooshes, swoosh.flac. I don't know what this is. I'm gonna throw this in here too. All right, everything else. What's this? Deep forest. Everything else I'm gonna throw into my D drive. Oh wait, I had a folder called assets. What was that? Random font, sci-fi, assets. Here, let me throw this in here too. All right, everything else we're gonna throw into the D drive. Oh, what? There's something called pixel art assets. I think I broke my. Let me close this and open it one more time. Where was it? All right. Everything else can go away. All right, there it is. Everything's going from downloads to old downloads to. Make a linter. What's a linter? Another life pro tip. Try to keep 1 or 2 games on my drive at all times. Won't download another unless I beat the first. You know, technically, some of these games I already beat, and I still have them here. Like, I should get rid of Blasphemous, Dragon Age. I mean, these are very small files, though, so, like, I'm not too concerned with that. And I also have a lot of demos from, like, other game devs that I just keep here as, like, my own little sense of, like, marketing for them. But yeah, multiplayer games, I do have a lot of them, like Valorant, CSGO, Texas Chainsaw. Celeste, we always need to have downloaded. All right. In the meantime, we can explore the new sounds that we just added. Oh my god, we have so many. Okay, I think these are audio files right here. We'll throw this into audio files, random DAW. Throw this in here. Also audio files, Germania. I'll just leave this into. I'm gonna make a new folder called memory fonts, assets. NPC, you might have broke the game. My game? Linters are tools that let you that when you code is intended wrong, your variable names that yell at you when your code is intended wrong and your variable names suck. For my asset library. Oh, okay. So you know we actually had a recent issue with that, with our not necessarily our asset library, our folder name fucked with releasing one of our versions. Music wasn't playing because there was like a period in the folder name. Here, I'll throw that into the notes. If you have a link to a specific linter, I guess what, like software, post it. Let me just throw it in here. Call this tools instead. Don't you basically... Oh, you have to write your own linter, I see. Okay. Dude, I have so much shit. What is this? Chapter 3 boss. I assume these are sound files. Just throw this into audio files. Twitch badges is for... Just leave that there. OBS images. Twitch stuff. Here, I'm going to throw this into... It builds character. So far in chapter 1, my only feedback, I think you already know, the directional dashing sometimes isn't properly functioning with keyboard. I don't know. Unless you're talking about the A and WJ. Are you using WASD and JKL? If that's the case, then yes. If there's another issue with dashing, I'm not aware of it. WASD and remapped dash key. And what's the issue exactly? Oh, speaking of, the down arrow key does not work on export. I should have fixed that. Pre-commit hooks, etc. That is something I would have to explore probably after this project, though, just because I think this is like my passion project, right? I'm really happy with it, but I'm also excited for like starting an entirely new project and like all of these things that I've learned working on this one, to apply it to my next project. I definitely will be way more organized. This one was like, it's kind of crazy. I do enjoy the craziness of it sometimes, but yeah. Where's Deep Rock Galactic? Sometimes I hold up and D, and it only dashes right. Okay, so I know you're good. I know you're really good at video games. So I'll have to check, because sometimes it's people will think that they pressed it. I don't think there's a bug with that. Sometimes people, like, I know, because I remember I had someone who was really good at the game who would complain that they were like pressing something and they weren't actually. Sometimes it's a hardware issue. Not to say that's not what's happening right now, but for me, or from what I noticed, because then they had their input displayed on the game, and it was actually that they weren't pressing the right buttons. J and D seems to be, I can spam it, but it seems like it's always working. But yeah, if you can, I don't know if you have something to show that. So it will work if it. So will it work if you hold it down? Like if I'm holding up and. Is that? Yeah, I just want to make sure. Typos. Don't worry about typos. They happen, but yeah. I'm curious what the. Cause yeah, I'm trying to replicate holding up and dash. I've never had an issue. I've never had that. I usually use WASD to, or sorry, arrow keys, but I was trying to say, does the diagonal dash work when the up and right are held down? Up and right are being held down right now, and yeah, it should work. I'm pressing J. Are you pressing something else? Maybe C, or sorry, X? Yeah, it does work. It should work. So I know someone was mentioning that there are certain keyboards that might have issues with A and W being pressed by also holding. You remapped it to Q. So you're using WASD and you're pressing Q. You remapped the dash to Q. All right, so WASD and Q. How are you dashing like that? That's kind of crazy. Whoops. Dash. So dash is Q. Oh, it doesn't work for me. Actually, oh wait, let me see. Wait, Q's not even working at all. Oh, because I didn't save it. Yeah, it works for me, but that's an interesting keybind, because how are you also pressing A and W and dashing? Unless you're using arrow keys in Q? Years of Celeste with Q as dash? Interesting. I didn't know that was a thing that people did. If you on it, like, cause unless if you can record it and show that the upright is not work, if you have like something that records your input as well, because I've never seen that happen, where up and right doesn't work. Like, there's no reason why it shouldn't. From what I'm I haven't even touched the player like controller recently because of like, I don't know, I thought it was perfect. How you doing today? How's it going, Solus? We're currently just today's gonna be a chill stream. We're kind of yeah. If anybody has we released the demo, and if you have any feedback, well, I'll try to address it on stream. I might not fix anything or like release anything today. Today's gonna be more chill. If anybody wants to, like, you know, we'll kind of have like maybe some chill conversations. Though I'm playing with keys, feels better programming-wise. It hurts my brain.
Poop again.
It's poop again. Yeah, I mean, keys are difficult. I think keys have a better, like, I think keys have the higher skill ceiling, but controller, I personally prefer controller for platformer games, mainly because I don't play too many platformer games competitively. Yeah. I like to play platformers and kind of chill back. Even if I do try to speed run the game, I would still play on a controller just because, like, it's nice to just sit back and relax. Doing well. Gonna try to use Emacs tonight. See how I like it. Nice. Enjoy. With a French keyboard, French keyboards have a tendency to break things. So That is interesting. I mean, I think if you have a unique keyboard, I mean, I could try my best to be like, all encompassing, but that's why we have key bindings enabled. So like if you have any issues with the game, just, you go into the options and you edit them. Because I know like some keyboards have a standard where like the mapping to, this is something that was recently brought up to me, that the mapping to like A and W, can lead to the J button being pressed, or the J button being ignored. And so yeah, like if you do an up left dash with using A and W, you can't, because if you try pressing J that way, it'll break the game. So there are certain maps that just don't work on certain keyboards, but that's why there's the key bindings. I have the key bindings set to some default, and if you want to mess with them, just mess with them. I mean, I can maybe do some explorations on like which keys work, but like that, yeah. There might be, I feel like some people's experiences might be unique on their keyboard. Like for instance, my right arrow key is kind of broken, so I use numpad arrow keys. Have you ever thought about creating software? Video game is a software. What do you mean software? But a tool? Tool for what? A game dev tool? I'm not into any. I'm honestly not really into software unrelated to game dev, to be honest. I was at some point, but I don't know. Like the industry, like for instance, the industry of like software is a lot more. I feel like it's a lot more cutthroat. And it's like, you have to make a software, then you have to market it, then you have to pay for, your marketing campaign, or like you have to, there's more stuff involved. Whereas I feel like video games are more of like just, your inner child, being being put out there. It's more subjective, and I kind of like, I like that aspect of programming. How do you do the cover art for capsules on Steam? The cover art was a commission, the main cover art. Maybe something that automatically sorts your videos on your PC with AI so that all your feed pics are nice and clean and organized. So yeah, I mean, stuff like that. That would be cool. Like making tools like that, but I'm not really into it. Making the software part. I think it'd be cool. Like I mean, any project is enjoyable. Not into tools, or not into feet. I'll let you decide. Non-game programming. Non-game programming is chill compared to game dev. Night and day difference. That is true. I would. Actually, I don't know. I just enjoy. Like, I don't know if game dev programming is more difficult, because it's the main programming that I do. I don't know if it's just more interesting to me, so it could be more difficult, but I still enjoy it, so I find it easier. But yeah, I get like, let's say it's just like organizing stuff or like using certain algorithms that already exist, then obviously it would be easier to make, some organization tool. But I don't know. They're all like any form of making software is fun. I think he hates software but loves feet. Maybe. All right. So we moved all of our files. Our downloads is complete. What the hell is this? Why is this a? I assume this might be. I left my computer on, and maybe Windows. You know what? I will be using a lot of Linux when I visit my family. So maybe I'll turn into like a Linux Pro in the few days that I visit my family. Talking about office culture, labor expectations, and wages. Game dev culture And wait, oh yeah, game dev is way the wages for game dev are, I would say, are much lower. Um, I don't know what the thing is with. It also depends on what your like where you are. Like if you're in an indie like I don't know the experiences with indies, but they seem pretty cool, pretty chill. From like the things I've seen on the surface. Obviously, AAA, like complete AAA, like corporations involving game dev. It's there's it's very bureaucratic, and yeah, they do treat their employees kind of like shit compared to other companies. And I think it's because I think that it's, I don't know, like there's less money in game dev, so they don't have maybe the luxury. I'm not justifying how AAA's treat their company or their employees, but like I don't know. There's way more money in other software, and so they have the luxury maybe of like treating their employees better. Whereas AAA's and all these other companies, I mean, AAA's have a lot of money, but like obviously their main, the thing is like you're capitalizing on art, or like you're capitalizing on something that is subjectively good, and so like they have to like cut corners sometimes. Not justifying it, I'm just saying like, oh, that's maybe what's happening there. I would never want to work for a AAA though. As a programmer, I would not want to work for a AAA. Speaking of Linux and Office culture, I turned my external SSD to an Ubuntu system to handle all my LLC stuff. Nice. Why specifically you wanted it to handle your LLC stuff? Did we throw everything into audio files? Let me see. Chapter 3 Boss Fantasy Music Pack. So here is our new... Oh my god, I'm so excited. Let me see the UI first. UI is like... I love UI. Ooh. So far, so good. Here, I'm going to lower this volume just a bit. And I'll also lower this just a bit because it might be a little too loud for you guys. Oh, that's... Okay. Okay, 1 for 2 so far. Okay, these are actually kind of bad. I like the first one, though. I like that one a lot. Here, I'm going to throw this into, let me make a new folder of sounds that I like. New sounds. All right. So far we are 1 for 7. All of these other ones were kind of shit. The other sound pack from from these same guys is a lot better though. I use a lot of their sounds for the UI. Their fantasy UI sounds are 1 for 7. Honestly, not bad though. I'm not gonna complain. I do really like this. I'm not sure if we need to find like consistency. Like the other one, I have like 5 different sounds in the UI that I'm using, whereas with this one it's just one. So maybe this is like the select sound. I don't know. I do really like it though. It makes me feel cozy inside. I'm hoping to because I'm horrible at organizing and keeping things separate if they are in the same computer. I'm hoping that Drive to be the main point of handling any documents, licenses, and finance tracking. Okay, that makes sense. I'm pretty bad. Like I feel like if I get into the groove of it, I am better. Like I do handle things. Yeah, I wish I was just more organized in general. Like it's hard. At least for me, it's difficult to juggle between different aspects of game dev and then also managing, because I also have an LLC for just everything. Like I throw everything under the LLC, whether it's game dev or like just anything that I'm trying to do is under the LLC. And yeah, managing both would be nice. I think at a certain point I'll have to tackle working with both at the same time. I like the idea, like I do want to switch to Linux. I don't know. I'm kind of getting tired of like just working with some of the. I think it all started after I switched to Windows 11. Like it was an accident, and then I didn't know you can switch back, and now it's just like I have to juggle through. I have to like jump through hoops to get some things working, and it's just annoying for me. And I feel like Linux would just be consistent. There obviously would be more issues with just the learning curve of getting used to Linux. I'm not completely like unfamiliar with Linux, but definitely not as familiar with Windows, obviously, since I've been using it almost all my life. Separating myself from LLC is, I think, a big thing. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a smart move too, if you have the luxury of being able to do it. There's obviously like more issues. What kind of hoops is 11 making you jump through? It's more so just like just minor inconveniences, and then sometimes like programs will crash, or like sometimes sometimes my screen changes, or like the fact that this is happening, I don't know what the hell this is. And I assume this is like just some random shit that started happening with Windows 11. I've never had this with 10. Never had issues with 11, to be honest. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a little grumpy about when I would have rather stick to 10. I do like the UI though. The UI of 10 is of 11 is really nice. Like the bottom here, navigating the menus and stuff. I want to switch to, like, I wish I would have just gotten 11 like a year later or something. Can always downgrade. You can't anymore, at least. There was like a window to downgrade, and I missed it. You got to reinstall Windows. Can you use the same exact key? I don't even know where, like, can you use the same exact key that you had? Okay, so then maybe I will. We'll see. Next time I reinstall, like I do sometimes do factory resets. If you use a Microsoft account, the key is bound. I don't. To that anyway. Like your Microsoft email. Yeah. I mean, also the keys are not that expensive, but yeah. Whatever email you used. OneDrive, etc. I see. But what's stopping someone from just using the same key on you can use the same, like, let's say I get rid of this entire PC and get a new one, and I'm like, oh, let me just use that key on this computer. Has a machine limit. I see. Also, you guys can see my power issues. People are doing something right now, I guess. Don't waste the energy. Go to Linux. Yeah, we'll see. Let me see what else we got here. Oh, this one's kind of good. Here, let me sound. I'll throw this in. I'm not sure if I like it, but this one's nice. So is that one. Still not the year of Linux desktops, despite what people have been saying. Yeah, how's it going, Yag? Did you guys release the game yet? For those of you interested, Yag and Arrow have been working on. I think they started on. Not yet. Damn. Can you send me your itch page though? I assume you're gonna be posting it there. You don't have an itch page on your. I feel like I'm following you on itch. Is this you? Yes, this is you. Because you run TriJam. Oh, I am following it too. Alright. Do you know what arrows is? The page is in public. Okay. Alright, well, when you do release it and I'm streaming, make sure to post it, and then we're going to play it live and give you feedback. And criticize the game and tell you what's wrong. No, I'm kidding. I'm sure it's going to be good. Boom, 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 boom. Despite what you think. All right. So, currently we're just exploring some sounds. Let's see what else we got here. So I think we did all of the. Okay, we're on Fantasy Essentials now. Oh my God, there's so many sounds. How big is this folder? $800. Great, we're just about to overscope. Hell yeah. This is the way. Ooh. I like the bassy sounds. I don't know what I would use it for though. Let me know if it's too loud for you guys. If Bardaki was here, he'd say that's what she said. Who's Bardaki? I'm not a fan of the. There's like. Let me see. I'm gonna make a mid sounds. Actually, kind of like this one too. Who's Bardaki? This is a game dev. I guess so. Streamer friend. The Unwanted War in Unity 3D engine. Come along and ride. We'll have to check them out. Oh, wait. Apparently I'm following them already. That's embarrassing. Yeah, this frog does look familiar. Wait, let me see their stream. Oh, is he German? Oh yes, I do remember Bardecki.
Thank you so much for.
Oh look, Styx is here too. I think I know him. I don't remember how I know him. But I do know Styx. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Styx and I are officially working together on a cool little thing from Irish John. It probably was from Irish John. Yeah, you also mod Irish John's server, right? You mod a lot of stuff. All right, these sounds are. I tried to mod no one. They said no. I feel like I'd be a terrible mod. I'm terrible at like modding even my own channel. Like I feel like the mods Half Moon I feel like is better at modding my channel more than I am. Like if someone says something mean or not mean, but like, you know, they're just annoying or something, or I guess mean, I usually don't do anything. I'm just like, okay, yeah, like, hey, don't do that again, or I'm going to have to tell you to not do it again. Whereas like Half Moon is just like, removed, or remove the comment, or I don't think we've banned anyone, but yeah. Even with like, even on my server, there are people who are like mean, and like I'm like, hey, just don't be mean. Like I don't know. I think it's easy for me to justify someone being dumb or like mean by just saying like, oh, they're just young. Like I'm not even that old. Like I'm not even, you know, old enough to like, you know, pretend I'm old or like, you know, mature. But I don't know. I do remember being like, for instance, I do remember being 18, and I remember being so stupid, like just an idiot. So like, not to say that you can't be mature if you're 18, but like, or 18 or younger, but I just remember myself being stupid at 18. So it's easy for me to be like, oh, they're just young. Counterpoint, you say, frick. True. Mm-hmm. You know, I feel like they recycle a lot of sounds from their mobile pack, but there's more variety. I should have just bought this one from the beginning. All right, these are like futuristic sounds. Fantasy transitions. Interesting. Mm-hmm. This would be great for chapter 3. Not sure. Selection magic spell. I'll just throw it in there in case. I don't know why I say frick, actually. I think... I think I want to low-key be like a, PG-13 stream, but then we also talk about topics that are like definitely not PG-13. So it's like, what's the point? Crystal pickup. These are not bad. Vimlark, how's it going? Thank you for the raid. I tried to make my stream as hostile to everyone as possible. How's it going? How you been, Vimlark? Currently, we just released a new demo for anyone who's in... Actually, I'll showcase my game a little bit. We just released a new demo, so today's kind of like... For the past 3 days, I've been doing like 9-hour streams, like stressing to get a demo out, and now we're kind of just chilling. Just working on a side project? Hell yeah. Were you streaming that side project today? How'd the game jam go, by the way? I had a friend who was who participated in it, and they made a pretty cool looking game. If you know Alex Tamina, maybe you played their game. Going good. Just working on a side project. Enjoy the lurk, Yag. Also, thank you for the follows, Braxton Rivers and Derpiest Dude. How's it going? I'll show you guys what my project looks like in just a second. Just check out how your game is. Oh, some nice pixel art. I think we have the same theme on A-Sprite too. It's a great choice. Was that A-Sprite? Or am I delusional? No, that I'm just delusional. Never mind. Wait. Construct 3? Oh, I see. Gen 1 great. We are taking an old game I made for GMTK, trying to make it a thing. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, that's so cool. Wait, is this... Okay, yeah, this is Monkey Maker. I don't think I'm following you on itch, though. I will have to check out your games. Oh, I am following you. What the hell? To be fair, I follow people on itch, but I don't actually, like you can see my feed. I don't actually go through my feed to see what people are going through, but that's the sprite editor. Nice. It looks good so far. Looks very polished. I would like to revisit some of my Game Jam games too, but I've been so focused on freaking Memory, my main project, which I'll showcase right now. Here's the Steam page for anyone interested. I literally just updated the Steam page, or not the Steam page, the demo. So it's actually in a really good spot right now. I'm actually really happy. There are some minor bugs. I'll show you guys what that looks like in just a second. So this is Memory, a game, my project of 3 years now. Oh, we have music too. I forgot about that. There's one other bug. Wait, let me see. Will the music update? Oh, cool. The music will update here, but A lot of other settings I have to make sure we can manipulate them in the editor because, or sorry, in the this is the the screen title options. So if we start, we also have Yag and some other people here. Let's make a new profile and we'll call it Vimlark. We'll turn on debug mode and speedrun mode. I think currently, if I go into the options, right? So we did a lot of stuff. So this is the new debugger, which I'm like super happy about. It's also we also started making like a logger as well, mainly for because a lot of people play, like a decent amount of people play test the game, and they always they might say, oh, I have an issue with the game. And it's hard to get to people. Some people just might not have the software or the hardware to record something. So what we do is we record, like you see all these lines. Basically, they get recorded, or the states and the positions of the player get recorded. And then if they ever have an issue with the game, they just send me that log. I do plan on making it a little bit more intricate, where basically. We can record for potentially cheaters, or I don't want to I'm not going to collect this information from people. Also, how's it going, Wolfie Master? And thank you for the follow, Indie3D. What I plan on doing is specifically for leaderboards, this will have to be a requirement where you send this information just so that we can have something for checking for cheaters. But for everything else, if you just want to play the game casually, none of you just keep that stuff on your own. And I mean, you can use it for your. I plan on adding some analytics data to the game, so you can see basically it'll always record. For instance, if you die, right here, and you can see what if you're a speedrunner, maybe where you die the most. For instance, what chapter gives you the most difficulties. We currently have 6 chapters in total. This is the first one, the most basic one. Here, let me see. If I go into the main menu and we go into start and I go into level select, yeah, we only have chapter 1. Let me see. I think we sped ran the game. Oh, are we on let me see something. I think we have our game on demo mode, which blocks out some of the chapters. Let me just go into level manager real quick. Yeah, we're probably demo mode. Actually, demo mode gives us all of this. We're not on demo mode. We're probably on the private mode. But what the issue is... No, yeah, we are on private. Here. I thought we sped ran the entire game on Chris's account. I don't know why I didn't see it. Let me try this again. So I can show you guys the new chapter that So, yeah, we did a lot of, polishing and mechanics and stuff like that. Yeah, why is it only... Maybe we only sped around to chapter 3. Here, I'll hack. I'll do some hacking right now. We can go into the mainframe and we could also just edit the code, but technically, oh shit, can cheat. App data, memory game. Profiles. So we'll actually we'll mess with Vimlark's account here. We'll say that you beat all of the chapters. Where is it? Chapters beat. So you actually beat all the game. You beat the entire game in 107,000 milliseconds. That's actually a world record currently. So great job. God Gamer, yeah. There it is. So this is the new chapter that I started working on. It's still in the early stages. This is the final chapter to the game. Also, our music's gonna be blasting here. Let me just gonna mute it for now. You can see the debugger is on, so you'll see all of the. You won't see the pretty color or the pretty game here. Let's we'll also disable that. I personally actually really like the debugger, just showcasing it. But it takes away from the other art in the game. But yeah, right now the chapter is pretty basic because it's still in the very, very early stages. We do have this is the main mechanic or the new mechanic showcase, the wings that make you fly up. and then because it's the last chapter, it's just going to combine everything that you've learned in the previous chapters. So far, we've only included like the basic things, like stuff from chapter 1 and chapter 4. But yeah, eventually I'm going to throw in everything. It's pretty simple in the beginning, though. Like, it's actually a little. It's a little. This is the final chapter, but it's also the easiest at the moment. But that's because, yeah, the level design. You kind of want to slowly introduce the mechanic, and they are intricately. Like, I'm a huge fan of level design and like being meticulous with level design. So like there is like there is some structure to the madness. I'm not necessarily the best programmer or artist, but I think I'm pretty decent at level design. Or we're getting pretty decent at level design. So a lot of these rooms are in my opinion, my ego tells me that they're cleverly made, but I'll let the player decide that. But it can feel a little repetitive. Not repetitive, but just oh, what the hell? I was like, who's talking right now? Vimlark beat my game in 107,000 milliseconds and now has hacked into my stream. Chronicle, thank you for the follow. Oh, but yeah, this is the game. If you guys want to play it, it's on Steam right now. It's the demo is free, but like also I have a a stream reward where for 4,000 points you can get the most latest demo, which includes this version. And what's really nice, I'm really proud of this too. Any data, like basically, I want there to be, I don't want to say like there's not really an XP system, but it's more like a history system where like everything that you do in this game will be recorded for you, not for me. Record like, basically, your game time, how many times you died, basically just your stats. And I feel like that's kind of cool because like it's not necessarily going to be like an RPG in any way, but I feel like people want to know like what their what your fastest time was, or how much time did you spend playing the game, or how many times you died, or all your collectibles. And I do plan on adding DLC to the game as well. So that's gonna be really cool too, I think. We might even do eventually. I don't know. Like certain parts of me want to be ambitious with the game, where like we do some crazy stuff with like online multiplayer. But that would be that for sure is an overscope at the moment. Right now, it's still leaderboards is the only sense of multiplayer to the game. But yeah. And playing your own game, you are fat. Yeah. I am fast at my own game. I mean. And that's the one thing, that's why we made that like logger thing, because if you're playtesting, a lot of the times when you playtest your own game, you know what's exactly happening in the level, and in the mechanics, so it's so much easier for you. You know what's happening in the back end. When people play your game, they don't know. It's a clean slate for them, so they might not understand the mechanic or like even the designs. Like there's something actually that I struggled with this chapter because it's so vertical. The entire chapter is super vertical, but the camera is horizontal. Like the aspect ratio is 16. What is it? 16 by 9 or whatever. You're traversing upwards a lot, but your monitor is horizontal. So like you have less space on the y-axis to see what's above you. So you have to make sure a lot of things are relatively close to each other, especially for super large rooms that make you traverse this way. We have chapter. So I'll show this. That's the only flaw of this chapter, but there's a solution to that, and that's to just make sure that you're zigzagging horizontally in designs. Specifically for this chapter, this is the only chapter that does this, where like we're moving up so much in like a really short amount of time. Or per movement of the player, for the amount that the player is moving, we're traversing upwards a lot. But you want more stuff like this, where it's like you go up, then you go right, then you go right again, then left. Like you want some more zigzagging along the you want like a sine wave on the y-axis. here's like a chapter 4 mechanic, and we recently just updated or recently just polished the freaking particles and like the states of the player, so like they're super satisfying in my opinion. Originally they were so boring. Like the mechanic itself was, I think, fun, but now it's like super clean, and I think we're gonna add more. Like that's what we're figuring out today. Is I have a bunch of one sound pack that I just bought. It was relatively expensive. It was like almost, I want to say it was $35. I want to say it was $35, $32. I mean, not super expensive in the grand scheme of things, but like, you know, $32. That's like a AA game right there, or half a AAA. For like, you know, a few sounds that I'll be using. Usually sound packs, obviously you're not going to be using all of them. Sounds, I think, sounds are the most expensive asset. Relative, like, I'm not gonna say they're not worth it. I do think they are really worth it, but relative to like what the player might notice, or like what a player might notice, they'll notice the sounds way less than they notice the graphics. The graphics are actually cheaper, in general for asset packs, but that's mainly because, you know, well, one, I use pixel art, so it's gonna be cheaper. Or, you know, in a nutshell, it'll usually be cheaper. I don't use 16-bit sounds, like, you know, like I have like high quality sounds, so obviously they're gonna be more expensive. It's the same thing for, like, you know, maybe if you were to pay a 3D modeler versus to pay a pixel artist, you know, in comparison to, like, let's say a 16-bit or an 8-bit sound designer versus a 24-bit sound designer. In fact, like, you know, a lot of 8-bit stuff is, you can basically kind of procedurally generate that stuff already. There's not too much variety that you can get at this point, just with how many tools there are. So most 8-bit assets you usually find for free. You can use it for future, for sure, future development. That's the excuse that's how I justify buying tons of assets. Yeah, we don't use everything. I don't use everything I buy, but every time I find something that I'm like, oh, that looks kind of cool, we will definitely buy it. How's it going, ZSVR? How's it going? Or is it Ziffer? Ziffer? I don't know how you want me to pronounce it, but hope you're doing well. Z is good. All right, Z. I'll try to remember Z, but logging it in my memory right now. But yeah, this is the final chapter. This is the first time so this is a mechanic in chapter 2. You can see where you hit these platforms and they turn off the valves for the fire. So yeah, over time I want to introduce all the mechanics from every chapter into this chapter, and it's gonna be the longest chapter. It might even be like, I don't know, like 25 or 33% of the entire game, just because of how it's gonna be. Like, the levels are way more difficult. Also, dude, I'm like trash right now. How do the stars work? It's basically, in a nutshell, it gives you, you know, we have a dash in our game. It gives you a dash. It's a little limited in comparison to our dash. So I'll show you. It's okay. So if you look at our dash, you can see there's a red line. This represents our dash, or, like, you know, our regular dash. The blue line represents something I call the neutral state, but you can see, and then it transitions into this green line, which represents our fall state. In a nutshell, it's kind of like the same thing, like blue to green. Like, this is actually an entire fall state, or like the physics that's occurring to the player is basically the same thing, except there is some velocity added to the player on this axis. Initially, they're set to 80 pixels per second. And same thing. And I mean, your max speed in the game is 80 pixels per second as well. But specifically for this mechanic, it removes the that state, and it's just a dash. Or it forces you into the dash state. After you can dash out early, so you can kind of chill for a second, and it's based on your input. So if I hold the left key, it's kind of like, you know, an automatic dash. But if you press the dash button early, after 100 milliseconds, it'll shoot you if you press it early after 100 milliseconds, or if 100 milliseconds have already passed, you'll get shot out as well. Just for like, responsiveness and stuff like that. But it also gives you another dash state. So it's basically a mechanic that gives you 2 dashes. In a nutshell, it's a little bit, there's a little bit more intricacy to it, but in a nutshell, it's just 2 dashes. And it just makes for some really fun designs, in my opinion. Let me show you guys. I can show you guys one other chapter. Let me see. What's the next? Okay, so this is probably my most polished chapter, or the one that I put the most effort into. This is chapter 3, and this is the final chapter for the demo. So if you guys want to play it, love the debug trails. Yeah, me too. Like I usually play with the debug trails, just because like they're kind of funky. I'm gonna, in the debugger right now, the debug also shows lines of like, you can see these lines that are drawn on the objects themselves too. It's a little distracting. I feel like maybe some people only want the player debugger lines. Right now the debugger shows everything, and I'm thinking, I even have it here on display. Like we can showcase like everything. Like let's say you want only FPS to be shown or your total deaths to be shown. But right now these buttons are just for show. They don't actually work. Because I plan on refactoring all of this pretty soon. Or like just making a few adjustments for a system that like cleverly records all of this information. Yeah. Is this coming out this year? The newest version, base version of the game will be coming out sometime in January. Use the debug lines to draw. Yeah, I mean, we could try. It might be difficult because how the debug lines work, it's not like it grabs your exact position. It grabs, it connects between states of the player. So you can see I'm in the idle state, and then we go into the move state. The next time after I exit the move state, that's when the line gets drawn. So it could be a little difficult to draw stuff. I do plan on adding another I don't see why we should limit any of the debugger to like only this. Like I guess the biggest issue is that like if you have like a potato for a computer, it could be hard, or like you don't want to use too many resources. So specifically for that, we'll maybe make it an option for people if they want to draw, like if they want more information to be like thrown into the screen, or like even recorded. Sure, they can do it. But yeah, right now I tried to make it as minimalistic as possible. But yeah. What's really nice though is if we go into our settings now, you can see, so we have, all of these profiles. We also have sessions saved. And so like we can actually look, so Vimlark, we can see, they've had, 3 sessions here. And in their session, the final session, we played chapter 3. You can see all of their positions, all of the states they were in. And basically, if they were, like, let's say this was ran from their computer, I can grab this and then throw it into my game. And then I haven't made the tool yet. I've only made the tool to record the data, but we can basically throw this in and see what their game looked like, in the map. So, like, I can go, let's say we go into chapter 3. I'll go into chapter 3 and be like, Vimlark died like 20 times in this room. Maybe I should update this room. The lines don't get drawn yet. I haven't done yet. It should be relatively easy to make, but like, no one sent me that data just yet. So it's like it's not necessary. But in the near future, once the game starts getting a little bit more, like for speedrunning and stuff like that, we'd probably want to record this information. Nice layers, by the way. Great sense of depth. Thank you, Braxton. How's it going, Kenny? Super excited. Thank you. Yeah, this has been a project of 3 years, and I do plan on so I started 3 years ago, and I plan on releasing in January. But I also want to keep working on the game. Like this has been so much fun, and like people showing interest in the project also like drives me to make it more, just make it a better game. But yeah, there's also music in this chapter. I remember wanting to showcase this chapter for some reason. There is a boss fight in this one too. But maybe if you want to play the game, you can find out for yourself. The demo, I will say, I mean, this game is difficult. It's not, it's not supposed to be easy. I do try my best again for like, it is the niche. It is in the niche for like precision platforming. So like it's can be difficult for people. But I as the I tried to be good with level design and I tried to make it friendly to new players. And if you do, like, let's say you do like the project, but maybe you're not nearly as good as maybe you want to be, I'll say, yeah, it just takes some time. I wasn't necessarily into platformers when I first started making one. In fact, yeah, I only got into platformers after I started working on this project. This was supposed to be like a 2-week project, and then I saw Celeste. I saw some other platformers. I was like, wow, like this is like amazing. Like I just saw these games and I was like, whoa. I instantly got inspired. And then here we are 3 years later. This was supposed to be just a 2-week game, and now it's a 3-year game. But yeah. Oh, here are the portal. I don't know if you guys saw the portals earlier. They're also enemies. And like other interactable objects besides like a lot of things have been static this whole time, but yeah, there are boss fights and stuff like that in the demo. Okay, also, I mean, I recommend playing the game from start to finish. It's the demo on average is like maybe if you're good at the game, maybe an hour and a half. Actually, it can get pretty long. Max I would say is like 2 hours for the demo, if you're very new to the genre. Is that shader subtly animating the slime/spikes? Yes, it is. It's the same shader that's actually running on our enemy too, but obviously this one's way more subtle. Cat. There is a cat also, yes. That is Jasper the cat. Our friendly, there's a story to the game as well. So if you guys know, I don't know if you guys know Styx Calor. Let me give them a shout out actually. I'm working. She'll be working on some of the animations for the game. Styx Color. She is an amazing game dev and also an a really talented artist. And yeah, I'm gonna be working with her to make some cinematics in the game. Involving the story. There's not going to be any dialogue in the game for the most part, unless I decide to overscope in the near future with DLCs and stuff. But yeah, right now the entire game is basically silent, but there are like cinematic stuff and lore. I do plan on adding more to the lore via like objects and collectibles. But the game will be it's kind of like a silent film. And hopefully the world building and all of that, and the interactions, speechless interactions between the player and the cat. Are what create the story, so to speak. And the cinematic, I mean, obviously a cinematic would be great. Like I think the cinematic would show a lot too. But here's one of the enemies in this chapter. They shoot lasers at you, so they only shoot lasers after the first interaction. So you'll see that in just a second. There's a crosshair that's like chasing us around. And boom, he shoots his laser. There's no sound for that actually. I'm hoping with these new sound effects actually that we'll find it. But yeah, this is Memori. That was kind of like a really long intro. I didn't mean to, but I just released a demo, so I got excited. Thank you for everyone who showed interest in the project. And if you have any questions, like if you're working on game dev too, if you have any questions on like level design, motivation, stuff like that, just feel free to ask. This is a pretty chill stream. Again, today's stream is also gonna be pretty chill because we just released the demo. I'm kind of just like right now. We just bought an asset pack, a sound asset pack, and I'm just like, ooh. It's like my favorite pastime to just go through sounds and like judge them. I don't make any. I don't make any sound. I do sometimes make sounds myself, but it's mainly editing sounds. Also, on the topic of like assets, I usually don't make anything from scratch. It's a lot of like for the assets. I mean, usually I buy assets and then I edit them. I like stitch stuff together, And that's going to be a lot of stuff that we do with the sounds. Like certain sounds might not be good enough to use, but if we like, cut it, or maybe we like just make it fade out a little quicker or fade in, then it might be better for us to use. The only problem I have is trying to figure out what to make. Yeah, I mean, okay, so on the topic of like what to make, I feel like a lot of people want to make a unique game, and then like it's difficult because like you need to make something novel, and then maybe you don't have the experience with game design to like know if your novel game will do well. And I would say, I mean, I don't want to discourage anyone. Like if you think you have like I have this like interesting game in my like, it's funny because like as a gamer and as a gamer, I'm really into like simulation type games, like like my I like games like RimWorld or stuff like Factorio, stuff like that. But as a programmer, I like making like satisfying games like memory or like platformer type games. And what was it? Oh yeah, so like my favorite type of game is like, it's very, I feel like maybe some people, like the people in my niche, or like the niche that I'm sort of like, also, how's it going, Sekras? The niche that I'm establishing for myself is like, oh, it's a platformer or like satisfying, quick-paced games. But like my favorite pastime is like, sort of boring, slow-paced games. And like it makes me like I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but like maybe my next game or like a future game that I work on is going to be one of those slower games, and like I don't know how well it's gonna do, but I would like to explore it. And I'll say like, even if you like, maybe you don't like or whatever you're into, just go straight into it. And like making games that are similar to games that already exist is not a bad idea too. But if you want to explore like a novel type game, definitely go for it. Level design is looking pretty sweet so far. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, again, level design is one of my favorite. It's my favorite thing to like analyze and study and work on. My favorite thing to work on is actually like making mechanics and stuff. But I would say level design is like a close, second place for me. How's the game coming along? How's the gem coming along, Sekros? And welcome back, Wolfie. But yeah, let's finish exploring these sounds real quick. I'll throw this one in there too. Let me know again if these sounds are too loud for you guys. Alright, these are future sounds. We don't need them. Fantasy UI. I think we explored all these sounds. We didn't like them, unfortunately. Oh, there's Magic UI though. We'll look at that. Let me make sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Almost can't hear them. Hydration. Here, I'll increase it a bit. And I'll lower. I don't know why it's so loud for me. Here, wait. Let me maybe lower my monitor, my what is it called? My audio interface. Let me know how that sounds for you guys. Do you guys hear the music? I know the music is also pretty low. Let me lower my monitor again. Alright, it should be good for you guys now, I hope. Alright, they're both good now. Okay. So we looked at Fantasy UI. Magic Buffs is the next one. This gem is slow. Day Job is not helping. Damn that Day Job. Sekros, I feel like Sekros would be Sekros is one of the greats in Godot and in platformer development. But if Sekros also didn't have a job, he'd be even greater, in my opinion. Dude, please. I'm just speaking the truth. And he's been streaming sometimes too. No. Trying to guess the song. This is it Megaloidvania? No, this is Asgore by Toby Fox. Asgore, yeah. Oh, you got it. Alright, magic buffs. I wonder, me lowering my volume. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know why. This so here's one of those other things that was annoying me with that is annoying me with Windows 10 or 11 is that my audio was never manipulated, like regardless of my desktop audio. The music wouldn't change in the audio mixer. It would just like it would know what I was playing. Whereas now it's like if I lower my desktop audio, that's why it's difficult for me to manage the volume for you guys, because like I'm like my ears might be sensitive to the sound, but for you guys it's not, and I'm like, oh shit, like what do I do? But again, it might be also because of my audio stream player, or sorry, my audio interface. I like this one. So was this was transitions, okay. I'm not sure if I'll use these sounds, but I will. Like, some of them are really good. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that one. BRP again. All right. All right. That's it for magic buffs. Magic coins and items. That sounds really good for like a power. Oh yeah, game absorb pickup. Like that sounds so good. The thing is, this doesn't really exist in the game, at least from what I. But it sounds so good. Maybe collectibles. I might do something. I might like make it a. Here, I'm gonna throw it in there. It sounds too good to like not at least. Not at least throw into our favorite sounds. Like, all of these are so good. Also, I'll need to make sure... Whoops. Where did we... Oh, fuck. Where did we leave off? Kind of like this one too. Not sure. A lot of these are collect sounds, which we don't. It's not like we're gonna have a huge variety of collection sounds in our game, but I don't know. Maybe it'll give me some ideas. I like this one too. Magic collects. Mm. Oh no. What happened? Magic Conjure. Alright, we're like halfway through. This is a fire sound, which we actually are missing something from, we are missing sounds for like lasers and the fire in the game. So this actually might be... I might actually add this into sound effects. Yeah, I'm gonna make a new folder here. I call this attacks, enemy attacks maybe, or like obstacles, and yeah, I'll just call it obstacles for now. These sounds are not that good in my opinion, but I've struggled a lot with finding flame sounds, or just effects in general. So we'll see. Yeah. Throw this on their mid sounds. I mean, some of these are still mid, and I'm throwing them into the game, but is it? There we go. How many chapters will be in the game? For the base game, it'll be 6 chapters, including like a hidden. It's not. I won't consider it a chapter. It's gonna be like if you've ever played Celeste, you know, like B-sides. There's gonna be B-sides, or you know, my own version of what B-sides are. Which in total would equal like another chapter. So it's kind of like 7 chapters worth of content. But like for the base game, like if you ignore everything to beat the game, it'll be 6. Ooh. But yeah, as the game continues, like as I work on the game more, I probably do want to do I will definitely want to add more chapters, especially like I don't know how the game is gonna work like do, like so. But the thing is, like so far, I haven't made that much. Like I haven't profited from the game really, if I had to say. But if I do profit from the game and it's sort of like self-sustaining, where it manages my it's self-sustaining for my lifestyle, I don't see why I wouldn't keep working on the game for an extended period of time. But yeah, I don't know how it's gonna do. If it doesn't do, I don't know, like part of me gets excited, but part of me is like, oh, that's the risk that you take if you're doing, indie / soul development. Like there's no way of knowing. But that's also the exciting part too. So like, you never know what's going to happen. But I'm excited. And if it does really well, or if it does relatively well, I have pretty, not low standards of life, but like I'm pretty minimalistic where like if I want something to like, if I make this lifestyle work where like, I just make games for the rest of my life, I'll keep doing it. I'm gonna raise this just a bit. So far, I'm really enjoying. Hell yeah! I'm glad you're enjoying it. If you want, after you play it, I'm going to try to speedrun. Have you beaten the Oh shit! Where did shit? Moving files. I forget where we were. So a lot of these sounds are actually reused from the audio pack that I got before. The demo is nice, thank you. Yeah. Alright, I'm not a fan of any of these. Actually, this one's not too best. I'm gonna grab all of these. Alright, so we were just on Magic Essentials, now we're on Magic Hits. Just realized there's a cat petting fund. Yes, that is the fund, almost 100% funded by Dex. Also, I think Dex was here for a sec. I don't know. Did I say hi to Dex? I remember they said something, and I don't know if I said hi back. Unless I'm misremembering, like, my memory is, But yeah, that fund is almost entirely from Dex. Who has sent so many bits at this point. And the cat petting fund was, you know, because people were sending bits, and I was like, I don't know where I should, like, put this in, like, or, like, yeah, there he is. Okay, so then I think I did respond if I was talking about the cinematics. But yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, because like bits were being sent to the stream, I was like, oh, like I don't really need the money to be sent like directly to me. Or like I don't need anything for myself, but like for the project it'd be cool. So I was like, oh, you know what? Let's put every bit that I get will like, you know, I mean, all in all, it just goes back into my wallet. But I'll like that way I can like feel good about like if I like buy something, I'll be like, all right, let's put this. We'll use the cat petting fund as our as our budget. Or maybe we'll save that cat petting fund as like a huge purchase. Like there might be something that's like very expensive, like in terms of assets, and I'll use that cat petting fund as like the thing for the game. I'll be like, all right, let's use our like, you know, it'll mentally I'll be like, okay, this is what's gonna go into the game. So yeah. Game hit. This sounds like it's a very unique sound. Yeah, I'm just gonna throw it in here for now. Wizard Dust. I actually like these two. Whoop. I like this one too. Okay. Magic hits. We are like 75% done. We have magic notifications. Let's see what we got here. Ooh, I like these. I like these three right here. And this one's not too bad. Good music. Glad you like it. Alright, so now we're on magic spells and dust. Ooh, I like this. This would be really good for the skull attack, actually. Ooh. Here, actually, wait. We sent this in obstacles. Let me make a Flame conjure. Okay, wait. Whoops. Oh shit. What did I just do? Here, I'm gonna save this into. Let me cut this. Put this in entities. All right. Throw this in. There we go. Dude, I really like all of these sounds. I'll throw it in. Wait, which one? Just copy both of these. So the thing with like I like the idea of using 16-bit sounds, but there's so many like high quality sounds out there that I'm just like, like it's so, like, because it is a 16-bit. It's it's like a pixel art game, so it kind of makes sense to combine some 16-bit sounds, or even 8-bit sounds. But the 24-bit sounds are just so good that I'm like, there's no way I can't use them. And I'm a sucker for like good sounds. I love that you got rated by Vim. More than half of the chat is by me. I'm glad Vimlark rated too. Bow, bow. Again, this is actually a very different from our usual stream. Usually we're like doing game dev, but today it's like, I don't know, I released a demo, so I'm like, let's kind of just relax, have some fun with some designs here. We don't do this enough, to be honest. And I think it's because like certain things feel subjective, like this, where it's like we don't know what we want, and it's kind of subjective, so like I feel like, oh, it's a waste of time almost. But it's really not, because it's like, I mean, it's polish. And polish needs that little edge of like putting, thinking about things, sitting back and kind of just like, maybe a relaxed brain helps way more with these sorts of things. I mean, you want to have more chatters. I'm here, but I'm also not for long anymore. It's late. Yeah, no worries. I don't expect anyone to be like active. How's it going, Irad? Didn't play the demo. I feel shame. Why do you feel shame? Don't feel shame. Hot. Wonder what this could be. I feel like this could work out for the. I'm gonna throw this in here. All right. So we have 1, 2, 3 more, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more sounds. Magic transitions and whooshes. I'm excited for this magic UI. I really hope it's good. 10 megabytes of sound, so we'll see. How's it going, Irad? I think I saw you were streaming. How'd it go? Did you get new assets? Yeah. These are completely new. What was this folder called? Transitions. Here, I'll throw this back into transitions. And we're kind of like organizing them in if I like them or not. All of the sounds that I like are here. What the hell? This is freaky, but I actually like it. I'm gonna throw this into, I think this is like a interesting like ghost sound. Same with this one. This is an interesting transition. Portcullis. My stream was chill, just a couple hours of drawing. You draw assets? You draw your assets? I always thought you downloaded assets. But I mean, your menu, I assume, was... Drew a portcullis. Oh, I see this thing. I didn't know that it was called portcullis? Maybe the player got sucked into something. Yeah, it does sound like a very interesting sound. I lost where it, we have so many, so I just threw them into a huge, like, at least I know that these are the files that we like. It's still a lot, but at least we'll know, like, oh, I don't have to go through sounds I don't like anymore. Giganzo found the name, I see. All right, Magic UI, please be good. Moment of truth, please be a good collection of sounds. So far, it's not amazing. Let me see. This is my favorite one so far. I really like this one. But here, let's see. I like that one. All right. Damn. That sucks. The UI sounds weren't that good, but I have another asset pack from these same guys. And that one was pretty decent, so I'm not complaining. The UI currently is not bad anyway. I might use this one for something though. I really like this one for some reason. And this one's very cute. Alright, magic unlocks. But no chilling for you? This is me chilling. We bought an asset and we're exploring sounds from the asset. Finally, shader is done. Done at least good enough for now. Want to see? Yeah. All right, these are not that good. Source bonus and spell whooshes. All right, we got two more. Honestly, I'm happy with the amount of sounds that we got. How many? See, new sounds that I like. So far, we haven't explored these last two sounds, but I'm curious how many megabytes of sounds we have. Almost 100 megabytes worth of new sounds. That's honestly pretty good. $32 for 100 megabytes. Not too shabby, I'll say. Left, but anyway, I had said the only problem I have is trying to figure out what to make. Yeah, do you have issues with, like, you know, because you're interested in too many things, or you don't think you just don't know at all, or like are there no genres that you like what video game genres you like or anything like that? For instance, my first game was me fantasizing about trying to make a game like RuneScape. I liked RuneScape when I was younger, and I was like, oh, let me try making a game like RuneScape, and then I just got into it that way. Another game that I was really into was Sid Meier's, like Civ 5. I didn't want to make it like a turn-based game, but I liked the idea of making like a simulation civilization type game. That's what got me into it. Maybe a game jam will definitely force you into thinking of something right away. That's true. Let me check out this GIF. Is the shader these hexagons here? Or is it the background? I assume it's the hexagons. The shield, yeah, nice. I see there's like some animations on it too. Hell yeah. You know what would be really cool? React on hit is if you made it a little, take whatever I say with a grain of salt, but like if it was a little bit more transparent, and then the second you hit it, it was more exposed. You know what I mean? Maybe that's sort of what you're doing, but like I think you can make it more intense, or more obvious. Good idea, yeah. I think that's how they do it in if you've ever played FTL. Only completed one, GMTK 2023. Oh, you did GMTK, nice. And Elite Dangerous. Yeah. Yeah, looks good so far, nice. Hell yeah. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. All right, we're almost done with our sounds here. Let me explore what else we have here. So we might actually do some game dev today. I might explore just throwing in some sounds into the game for fun. We'll see. We also I wanted to do some more planning and like figuring out what we're gonna do for the rest of the month, or for the rest of this version. But I'm not sure. Play Baba. I have Baba. I do have Baba. But I don't want to. I can't steal. I can't do that to Grumble. If you guys want to see Baba is You gameplay, you gotta follow Grumble of Pugs. That's Grumble's thing. I watch Hempuli. I think I've seen Hemp. I think I don't know who they are, but let me see. They play music by Toby Fox. Rules, no. Bigotry, racism, homophobia, transphobia, etc. I think you get the idea. Oh, they're the creator of hence maybe the do they stream often? Yeah, like twice a week. Oh, okay. I'll have to give them a follow. Last stream date 3 days ago. Okay. All right. We were still exploring these sounds. All right. Seems like a bunch of chimes. Oh, these. Okay, so it's called source bonus. I assume these are a lot of the sounds that they use to create these sounds, which we, I guess, don't really need. Let me see. Not a bell. Yeah, okay, we don't need it. Finally, there is spell whooshes, which don't have high hopes for, but we'll see. I mean, they're not bad, but I have so many sounds like this already. Alright. All good. I mean, we found so many other sounds that we really liked. Again, it was like a little under 100 megabytes. 96.9. So yeah, as for the not knowing what you need to do, just a game jam is the best way. Literally just start the thing, and you'll figure things out along the way. Maybe follow a tutorial. That's probably the best way, actually. Follow a tutorial, or if you have programming experience, finding like a template project is also really good, and then expanding from that template project. That's how I started. I followed a tutorial or like a template project from MeZZ's like 3 years ago, or like 3.5 years ago. And yeah, I made my own little game. That was this game right here. It was called Mine Against Misery. This game right here, my first ever Godot game. And my first ever like official, I would say this was my first game from start to finish. And yeah, make it just simple. I made this in 2 weeks. I was still very new to game dev, but I tried to make it work, and yeah, I did. Or I did my best, and here it is. Let the universe make your game. dd if equals /dev/random of equals game.exe. Let the universe make your game. You can try. But yeah. Alright, so we have a shit ton of sounds now. Shit ton of sounds that I like. We can mess with that right now. What else did we have in our to-do list for today? Not a to-do list. We had a game plan. Polish, level design, marketing. I'm not going to do level design today. That's going to be work. I do... Let me ask some... Are we playing today? All right. Yeah, let's mess with some sounds. I'm really excited for these sounds. Making new clips and GIFs of the game. Oh, I do need to do that. But I'm going to do that off stream because that's like... I don't think anyone wants to watch me record. I'll do that off stream. I only do that on stream if like that's the last thing we need to do. Oh, I also do need to make a Steam event, showcasing the update both on Steam and itch. But yeah, I need screenshots for that as well, so I'll have to take screenshots of the game, and that's gonna take a hot minute. Wish you a good day/night. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'll see you, Kenny. Peace. Have a good one. Thank you for stopping by. And D Elslim, thank you for the follow. Mashing sounds together on Audacity until it sounds awful. Well, I'm not gonna... I probably won't mess with Audacity today either, unless we find out we really need to. We're just going to mess with the sounds, like literally just the sounds that we bought. Wait, whoops. Alrighty. Let's see. What do we want to update? Here are all of the sounds that we have. We have entity sounds, notifications, obstacles. We had something called sound effects, which I maybe should have named something else. Let's see. This sounds really good for like for the flight orb. Actually, we are recycling all of our dash orbs, or all of the orbs in the game. We're recycling the same sound, so maybe we can fix that. TCap, how's it going? Thank you for the raid. Hey Ben, how's your golf game coming along? We just finished our demo, so I'm like super happy. Like, I mean, I'm just excited. This is a pretty chill stream. We're not doing much game dev, but we did download. In celebration of releasing the demo, we bought a sound pack that was pretty good. And now I'm excited to use all of these sounds in the game. Yeah, how does it go into you, Cap? A 10-hour stream? Bro, you're crazy. TCAP everyone. 11-hour stream. Even when I was stressed, I didn't do an 11-hour stream. How many sounds in the pack? I will show you how many sounds were in the pack. So the pack, in terms of like, here, I'll show you. That's crazy. 11 hours. And I assume you've been making a lot of progress. I mean, making progress on the games here. Arusis, that's you right here. Arusis? Is that how you pronounce it? We've been playing the game, yeah, I see. And Coffee Lava's there as well. Nice. Pronounce it however you like. Didn't program the game. You conjured it into existence. But yeah, hope it went well. Made this thing. Oh. Oh, a DAW. We are exploring sounds today, so I'm terrible with music. Wait, this doesn't make sense, right? It has to be like... Basically, you make one, then you click copy paste to the clipboard, paste it in my chat, and it plays. Oh, I see. Oh, that is pretty cool. So it plays. Oh, I see. So I can't even hear it though. Maybe it'll magically work. Nope. It doesn't magically work, but that's pretty cool. Oh, you do hear it. Gonna pretend like I know that there's some structure in my... Hell yeah. Awesome. And then... Thank you. Do you want to use this? You have to, Awesome. This is pretty cool, actually. Hell yeah. What's happening here? TCAP rated, and they also made that, cool ass dot. Well, it's a interactive thing that you copy the sound that you made here. You can copy this to the clipboard and then you post it. So like you see the, like, let's say I copied it and I paste this beat, and then you can see all of the sounds there, or all of the, I guess, I assume like, yeah, whatever bits that you're assigning there, and then plays it on the stream. Hell yeah. And they're also making an interactive golf game on their stream. Step sequencer is the technical term, I see. I'll call it, that's the technical term, but the actual term is magic. They were doing magic on stream. But yeah, welcome everyone. I'm currently working. So we just released a demo. If anyone's interested in playing the game, I'll show you guys a little bit of the gameplay. I'll show you the Steam page, but the Steam page is a little outdated. But I will be showing some of the gameplay right now because we're gonna be messing with some sounds. So in celebration of releasing the new demo, the new update, version 0.7, I decided to splurge a little bit, and we bought a huge asset pack, or a huge sound pack of like some really quality sounds. So yeah, this is very old gameplay. The game looks, in my opinion, much better than this. But yeah. Yeah, we downloaded a bunch of like high quality sounds, and I want to just throw some of them into the game and experiment with stuff. So yeah. I'll show you guys some of the gameplay in just this. You know what? I'll show some of the gameplay right now. I'll show just like what we did. So there was a huge UI update and profile. Let me mute the game. We had a UI update. We had profiles added. So we have Yag, we have Chris, and we have input name here. I'll delete this account, and we'll create a TCAP. Every time we play this game, I guess we'll just make a new profile here, and so now we have TCAP. Next in line, I guess I'll have to recycle these names, so I'll have to delete Yag next, and then Chris. But for now, we'll keep TCAP here. So yeah, this is the new game. Here, I'll show you guys some of the. We also added a debug mode, and also these profiles are saved on the account. So like there's like a huge, or like a nice little logging system now. Oh, I just realized something. We don't see the there are no banners here. There's some banners here in this room, but not in the one before. So there's some minor polishing things that we didn't do. But yeah, that's the game. There's 6 chapters currently. Oh, on Vimlark. Vimlark has all the chapters. But yeah. And this is the newest one. I'll show you guys the newest chapter. That was like I guess this is what I'll be showcasing in the update. Like, for the Steam page update. It'll be showcasing all of this information, this entire chapter. So yeah, I'll showcase some of that gameplay in just a second. I do want to showcase. I do want to add one of the sounds first. Does bunny hopping make you go faster? Yes. Actually, it's faster than just dashing. So if you just hold, the dash button, like you just do this. I mean, this is fast, but this is faster. Bunny, like this is faster, but there's actually a method that's even faster than this, and it's like, I don't know how to do it actually. I'm not that good at it, but some people have been doing it. It's kind of like, it's not really wave dashing. It's kind of like, so you can see these are states, right? You can dash up and down. And you can see this is our dash state, this is our jump state. But there is a method of like jumping, dashing, and basically if you could make this line shorter and this line longer, that is like the optimal way to do it. And there's like, I can't do it. I don't know. I don't have the brain cells to figure it out. If I play the game in slow-mo, I can do it. But I don't know, in like regular mode, like when I lower the game, it's easier for me. Or if I lower the delta speed, or increase the delta speed, it's easier for me. But yeah, imagine doing this, but this line being lower and this line being longer, and you'd get like really fast times. There are some timers that like prevent you from like, for example, like maybe using macros to like supercharge your way across the screen, but like, like that. That's basically what it's supposed to look like. Imagine creating this line right here, but infinitely. And it might even be better than this. This is actually pretty low tier. almost imagine like getting some. It's basically trying to get this going, but you're jumping and you're getting a small like jump line here and then going down. But I can't do it. Honestly, it's not like if you can master that mechanic, it's not like it's not game changing. This is like if someone were to like race and do this versus the person who's like doing the most optimal method, it'll maybe save you like maybe 25 milliseconds, maybe more. Actually, I haven't tested it, so I don't know, but. Our new logger will help us test it once we add the timers. Is it like attack cancel from Castlevania? I'm not sure. Attack cancel. I'm not sure. I've never played Castlevania. But like yeah, canceling enemy. It's how it works. Basically, is that you can like on your dash state, you can jump in the dash state. It's kind of and you can do this in Celeste too, where you you know they lead to hyper dashes in Celeste. We don't have necessarily like hyper dashes or wave dashes, like the terminology in the game, but it's like my own little approach to it, and that's allowing you to jump from the dash state, and then you have the ability to dash again after exiting that state. So, Terrario Mushroom Biome, yes, that is what we're listening to currently. But yeah, here is the other, so. Let me, I'm not sure what sound we're going to use. So there are two mechanics, or every orb interaction in our game currently has the, this sound. I'll show you guys again what it sounds like. Every orb interaction is the same, and I mean it's not a bad sound. Oh wait, let's go into. I'll go into. Oh, Vimlark has it. Okay, yeah, Vimlark. We can play it. This sound right here. That crystal, like it sounds like a crystal is exploding. That's used everywhere. For every interaction except for portals. And it's a really good sound, but I recycle it everywhere. So I'd like to change that. Let's see which one we can use. We can either do one for the blue orbs, or we can do one for the flight orbs. Whichever sound we find first that sounds really good, we'll use it. This one sounds decent. I'm gonna make a new folder. I'm gonna call it potential orb interactions. Flapping sound or jingle. That's actually, yeah, that's a good idea. What we'll probably do in the near future is combine sounds. Like we'll have an orb interaction, but like a flapping sound is a really good idea. Unfortunately, that wasn't in the asset pack. There were no flapping wings, but I'm sure we can find something. All right. That was the only sound there. Let's look at our mid sounds. I like this one. I don't know why. I really like the bassy sounds more than anything. I don't know the application of this one, but I'll probably figure it out. All right, let's see what else we got. Entities, notifications, I think we threw a lot of things into transitions, even though they're not transition sounds. For the blue orb, have a thub sound, like sucking, like a potato sound. We'll have to see, because it's supposed to be related to like ice. So like crystal sounds good, but like I'll have to figure it out, because Yeah, I'm not sure. Just how I set up the theme, it has to be something crystally or icy or like, you know, sharp, like a sharp sound, I feel. More high-pitched, but I'm not sure. Like for a sec. We also have some really good chapter 3 sounds. I'm gonna ignore them for now though, but these are really good. Horn blow, like that sounds really spooky. Like I could see this for the boss fight actually. Randomly playing. I'll throw these two in there. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but it's definitely high quality. And we can mix sounds together. I just forgot about that. We could throw in sounds at the same time. Like the absorb sound. This one. This could be played on that one that you were talking about, the potato cannon sound. I think like honestly, maybe we don't even have to. Maybe it doesn't need to be too consistent. As long as it sounds good, I think that's the best part. If there's like slight inconsistency with the sounds, like, you know, the animation versus the sound that comes out, as long as it's like well polished, I won't spend too much time on it. That one's really good too. Oh, this one's really good. These are so good in my opinion. Alright, so we did sound effects and transitions. I think these are good enough. This is our decent collection here. We have obstacles. Wait a minute. Oh, flame conjure. We also have a bunch of entities and like hell sounds, but I'm going to save that for later. Also, we have this. Oh, actually, this is a box. Ooh. This could be good for the portal, potentially. And I like these two. I think what we could do for this one is maybe throw this into the dash. I kind of like this for the dash. So we're going to grab these two. And I'm going to grab this one as for the portal as well. They're just too good. Alright. Oh shit, I closed my Spotify. Oh my god. Did you make the music? I don't. So a lot of assets I don't make. Again, usually what I do is I buy assets and I edit them. And specifically for music, I also don't. Especially music, I don't make. It's usually, actually, most of them, most assets were like. Not even bought songs, they were like free songs. Alright, so we'll go into, we'll explore, let's explore the forest dash. Honestly, I think we have better sounds for the force dash. The one that the crystal, the blue one. So this is our current import sound. It's very quiet here. And I mean, it's a high quality sound in my opinion, but it's very simple and there's not too much going on. what we might even do is keep that sound and, you know, play another sound on top of it. So I'm gonna grab, where do we have our sounds? Right here. I'm gonna make a new folder here. I'm gonna call this Magic Sound Effects pack. We'll move things around while we test it. So potential orb interactions. You know what I might do? I might just throw everything. Let's do this. Did I close it accidentally? I'm just gonna grab this folder. And I'm just gonna throw everything in here. Welcome to Zombocom. Welcome to Zombocom. All right. Three streams, I've gotten each repeating lines from Zombocom. Well done. Thank you. All right, so, oh, okay, our assets are here. What would we call it? Magic? No, we called it orb sounds or something like that. Potential orb interactions. So here are all of our orb interactions. You can do anything at Zombocom. Let me know if any of these sounds speak out to you. This one would be really good if this wasn't the aesthetic that we were trying to create, or like the So here's the original one. Honestly, this one sounds the best. What if I kept this one actually as the main sound for our import sound for the force dash box, and instead we use this for another mechanic. Here, let me play this again. Yeah, like orb crystal sounds really good. Maybe I should throw this onto the green orb instead. It sounds a little intense though. Absorb? Here, let me... Yeah, I'm gonna delete this for now. Let me go into... We're gonna go into chapter 1. Yeah, let me, How's it going, Hellraiser? Alright. So we're gonna mess with our dash orb. Here is the... That's not the right sound. Is it this one? It's so quiet. Alright, so yeah, this is the sound that we're currently using. Let me duplicate this for now. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back into... What was it? What do we call it? Potential... Potential... magic... Potential orb interactions. Here we go. So that's the first one. This one's not too bad, actually. Confuse. Let's try it out. The sound replay. We have to make sure that our Wait, what the hell? I don't know if it's because I'm so used to the original sound that it sounds very weird to me. You know what, though? I feel like it might sound very good for the collectibles, actually. Because I don't think it has a really good repeating sound, but to hear it for this one wouldn't have been too bad. Like, imagine that was a collectible instead that we just hit, that green orb. I feel like that sounds really good compared to that one. Let's see. We still have so many sounds to explore. Let me see. So that was this. That was... I'm going to rename these to different sounds because I'm going to forget. Let's just call this Confuse. What? Where'd it go? Oh, okay. Let's try this one. Boom, 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 boom. Not bad. It's not bad. Something about it is weird to me. I'm not entirely sure what it is. I think I need to shorten the sound a bit. It's yeah, I was thinking it was a little long. If we decide to use it. It's the fact that it's a little too long. And there is the beginning is the most important part, and the rest they kind of just it just takes a long time to fade out. So that was Conjurecraft. Okay, that's this one. So I'm just going to call this Sound 2. We'll just name them because these names are confusing to me. So we like Sound 2 potentially. And again, this is the original sound. which I think it sounds really good for another mechanic, so I kind of want to keep them separated. Although we can like maybe play both of the sounds at the same time and like have like just a different like variety. Yo, how's it going, Booyah? I'm not sure I'm a fan of that one. Kind of want to try this one. Can't think of what to make. This one is... There's not enough oomph for this one. I'd say stick to 2D. If you don't know what you want to make, figuring out a gameplay loop in 2D is better. Dust. And finally, this is the last sound that we have. That's way too intense. But I do like this for portals, potentially. Need to mute the music. Yeah, the thing with this mechanic is that it doesn't influence your gameplay at all, so we can't make there needs to be this perfect balance between. But yeah, honestly, that sound would be really good for this portal. Here, let me try it actually. So we have import sounds and export sounds, and then we have a ripple sound. Let me see. And it's very quiet here. I'm gonna reset everything. I think what we're gonna do during this update is we're gonna make a sound update, where everything is consistent, because there's a huge inconsistency in all of our sounds. Ripple sound, interesting. Here, I'm going to duplicate import sound. I'm going to try throwing it into this. What's our second? Let's try that. Or maybe it should have been the export sound. We'll see. We'll see which one sounds better. Let's go into chapter 1. Just going to throw ourselves closer to the portals. Again, yeah, I'm not sure what we want to do with the... Here, I'm going to open this up one more time. Might as well test out what we want for this. Two? We did sort of like 2, right? I was confused. Let me try 2. I'm thinking 2 stacked with activate sound. Let me see this one again. What if we always played this activate sound on every object interaction and then combined it with something like this? I think that has potential. Let me go into our script here. Activate sound. So currently we grab this automatically here. I'm just going to do this. Activate sound 2.play. Let's see how that sounds. Again, it was too loud. Oh. I think maybe we make it slightly quieter. Also, in our audio here, let me mute the music. I'll throw us back here. And also, yeah, I feel like this would have to be a little bit more quiet. Maybe like -10. -5. Yeah, let's try that. Whoops, I opened up the main menu. Yeah. What the hell? It's a little too much going on here. Let me see. The ripple sound effects, it's weird. Let me see. I'm gonna delete import sound. We're gonna make the import sound the same and the export sound I'm going to duplicate, and we're gonna replace it with the exit sound here. And the ripple here was a little too loud too, but I'm not gonna touch it just yet. Nothing much is happening, so yeah, these sounds, they're really good, but like we definitely have to manipulate them a bit in the in Audacity probably. Yeah, and in response to the whole, I don't think, especially in software and game development, active chats are not as common just because, you know, people are doing their own thing, which is understandable. But yeah, these sounds, while they're good, actually the dash sound I think we improved on, but the portal, I don't think we're gonna keep that. There's just a huge delay, too. Too busy being mesmerized. Yeah, the sounds, at least right now, something is weird about it. I'll get rid of export sound for now. We'll just leave export sound, too. Whoops. Ripple sound. All right, we'll leave it the way it is. I think these two sounds though we could potentially use for our dash. I think our dash definitely needs some more oomph. It's incredibly engaging. I'm glad you like it. I do plan on I should update that trailer too, because some of that gameplay is very old. Where the movement of the player is a little different now. All right. We'll ignore the portal for now. The dash orb actually sounded pretty good. We still didn't fix the force dash orb, but I'm not sure if we're going to find it in these sound effects. We do have way more sound effects I could look at. But let me quickly also look at our player dash. I feel like that'd be kind of exciting. Dash.t. I wonder, do we add this to our dash scene? It doesn't seem like we do. We could add it to the dash scene, or we could put it back into the player. Let me see, player 16. So we have a bunch of sounds just as a child of the player, like Twilight. Where's our dash here? We have dash 2. What the hell? I don't even hear anything. Do you guys hear shit? See this one. What the hell? What are these sounds? This sounds nothing like a dash. Am I deaf or am I not? I'm not hearing anything. This is our jump. Okay. For sure we're not using these two sounds. I think for our dash we're actually playing the jump sound at a higher frequency. This is my favorite song on the playlist. My Only Chance. This is one of my favorite songs too, actually. It's my favorite song to listen to. One of my favorite songs to listen to, like while jogging or something. Makes me feel like, you know, it's all up to me. If I don't reach this final lap, the world's gonna end. It's my only chance. Time to do it. It's got an 80s Scarface vibe. Interesting. I wonder what was the inspiration for this musician to make this song like this. This is by the Fury game, by the way. Which is also a really good game. They do make a lot of or like inspired by like I want to say like synthwave sort of related type of music, so like 80s kind of stuff would match their vibe. It's not really synthwave, but like, you know, that's that same aesthetic, I guess. Oh, here's another song by them. I don't think this is in the playlist, but I will add it. Yeah, let's add it to the queue. We'll see if it's good. I don't remember what the song is, but all right. So I believe we're using the jump as our sound effect. Let me see. What the hell? Oh, it's jump.play. Sounds.jump.play on the, let me see. So sound control for the dash state is we mess with the jump scale and set the pitch here. And when do we play the sound? We play, what the hell? All right, I guess do we tell it in our dash state to play the sound? Jump sounds.play. Okay. And then we say dash sound 2.play. Interesting. So we have something called dash sound 2. That's this one right here. Apparently we have this playing in the background, which literally doesn't sound like anything. So we're going to replace this sound, and I'll leave the jump sound in the meantime. Let's figure out what we want here. So let's go back into, well, actually, I really liked potential sounds. There were some, I'm not sure if we'll keep this in the, or it's not going to be a significant sound or a significant addition to the game, but it'll add to the juice of the dash. That was called potentials. We called it potential orb interactions, but these two right here, the wizard dust sounds, I thought were really good. So let me see which one is nice. There's this, and there's also this, which they both sound very similar. Again, the fade out of this sound is very long. It might mess with our dash. Oh, this song, yeah, this is a pretty good song actually. I didn't realize it was by these guys. This is another, like, I don't know if I work out to this song, but it's good. No, I think it is a workout song. Or just a vibe song. Pirate Software. He had like 700 viewers. Yeah, Pirate Software is a. I think he's the most popular. Probably the most popular developer in streamer in the software and game development category. Oh god, this sounds terrible. There's like a huge delay, and then spamming the dash will affect how the sound is played. But yeah, that's a pretty common number for him, I would say. All right, so yeah, not a good sound. I think we can find something else. I wonder where we could play these sounds though. Because I think they are good, it's just not good for our dash. Not good for a repetitive sound. Unity is taking forever. This would be a good Beat Saber song. The one before this one? I think you meant the one before, probably. Because I could see it too. Okay. I don't think we have any good sounds for Dash 2, unfortunately. We can go back to our asset pack, our sound pack here, because we only explored like a small amount of it. We only did, what? Potential orb interactions. Shit, I should have recorded which ones. I hope I moved them and I didn't actually copy and paste them. That way we don't go over the same sounds. So we can go over notifications maybe. I think we played this one already. This is gonna be really good for the boss fight, for sure. I like them. They're kind of spooky. Hot Trash Games, how's it going? Thank you for the raid. This one's not too bad either. I'm thinking this could be potential sound for the Force Dash Orb actually. Here, let's throw it in there. Alright, so I'm gonna make a new folder here. Call this I'm just gonna call this notifications because that's what it is over here. But we'll be moving these folders around, or moving these files around. Does it copy? Oh, it does copy. Okay. How's it going, Hot Trash? What you been up to today? Dex 309. I know exactly what that value is going to lead up to. How's it going, Dex? So we are currently on the cat petting fund. We have hit 1,111 bits plus 309 leads to 420 or 11,420 bits. And there it is. Got him. Pulling my hair out. I'm bald. Shouldn't be too painful then. I'll give you a follow. I don't think I've seen your stream before. Unless maybe through a raid. But yeah, I hope it went well. What are you guys doing? Moonlight Peaks. Oh wait, no. Clipped. No, software and game development was 5 hours ago. Here it is. Realizing my code sucks. I think that's the first step in becoming a good game dev. Is actually realizing your code will always suck. At least from my experience. But yeah, I hope everything went well. So you guys are working on a... Oh, with Flax Engine. Are you a... Were you working with Flax Engine, or are you a Unity... Were you originally from Unity and switched over to Flax? Because I know a lot of people were switching to new engines after the whole Unity thing. I see. Then Flax. Understandable. But yeah, I hope everything went well. And again, thank you, Dex, for the 309 bits. Perfectly balanced, or new perfectly balanced freaking cat petting fund. Yeah, if you have any links, is this going to be like a commercial game that you guys are going to work on pretty soon? I see it's 2 people. I actually didn't realize at first. Had a member of our community contributes to the engine. Oh, nice. You're most welcome, brother. Thank you, Dex. I just realized that your name is... Oh, I was going to say, for a second I see your name is 439, but it's so close to also being 420. If you just pushed one digit, the second digit down and the third digit up. All right. Yeah. Hope all is well. And I mean, it looks like a pretty good engine too. I haven't explored too much from it, but it seems like it can handle a lot of 3D stuff as well. Here, I'm gonna pause this for now. But yeah, welcome everyone. We just released a new demo yesterday after 3 days of like struggling to make something or release our demo. So now we're kind of just chilling, messing with sounds. It's pretty chill. It's kind of nice to not be stressed on trying to release. The last 3 streams we were doing like 8+ hours. The last day was, I guess I think the last day was a little frustrating because there were like some unexpected bugs, but we fixed them. Turning this game into our first Steam game. Nice. Do you guys have a Steam game Steam page yet? So if you do, post that, and we'll give it a wish list. Not yet. All right. Well, when you do, definitely share it. I think the sooner you do it, the better. Personally, the sooner you can start, like, you know, getting wish lists. You know, just from either your community or, like, you know, whenever someone's interested in your project, like right now. That way you have something. Boom, boom, boom. I always tell, like, everyone who, like, I've some developers, some streamers I see don't have, like, their links, at least their, you know, their Steam page up, which I think is really important if they are working on a Steam game, you know. And I also like criticizing or you know, giving unsolicited advice on Steam pages. Alright, so this is another potential sound. Let's see what else we got. What were we on before? Oh wait, potential enemy? No. Oh, fantasy music pack. Comes from a good place? Yeah, of course. I think we're all in the same boat. And like I do like looking at like the I know a lot of game devs don't like, you know, the marketing aspect or like the administrative aspect of game dev. But it's something that we kind of have to focus on. And I'm not like that good at it either, but I have done a decent amount of research on it, so it's the one thing I can help with, I think, with other game devs. Or try to, at least. Made me cry once when you trashed my page. It was a good cry, Godot. Yeah. I actually don't even remember trashing your page. Can you post it again? I think I trash everyone's page. There are only some people, like there are only a few. Like my page isn't even that good, so like I can't even say. Did I trash this? This looks really good. Did I actually trash this? Or did you make some improvements since then? I swear, no, there's no way I trashed your page. You didn't trash it. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, this looks really good. I would have been, either I was like, if I trashed this, I would have been delusional, and I would have been like, oh, like, I was just hating on it. Sorry, I'm shameless, no worries. Yeah, it looks really good. You even have updates. The money shots are really good, showcasing you have like a unique look to it as well. I see. Oh, this almost looked like one image. I feel like the one thing that does look weird, if you want me to nitpick right now, it's weird that like this, it looks like one image and this header is like curved and then the bottom of this is straight. But I mean, it's not, I don't think most people won't even notice, but yeah, it looks odd to me. But that, yeah, that's like subjective and doesn't even matter. But yeah, this looks really good. Oh wait, it's on my wish list. So how the hell? I must have seen this at some point. I must have maybe just said it was good and then wish listed it and then that was it. Off to bed. Have a great stream. All right, I'll see you, Hot Trash. Peace. And personal error. Oh my god. Thank you for the for the follow. Doors remix. Yes. You know a lot of these songs, huh? Am I crazy? I don't hear any music. How about now? There it is. I keep it very low. Yeah. It's also pretty low for, like, I do keep it low too. I don't know. I think it's because I have a audio what's it called? Audio interface. Like, it's loud for me, but quiet for you guys, and then, you know, I care for my ears. I try to. Wait, this sounds like all of our sounds. Yeah, this is all of our. We don't want this. We want our potential sounds. Whoops. Oh wait, no, not put sounds I like. There we go. It's like, yeah, some of these are shit. Oh, this one's good. This is good for UI though. Honestly, to be fair, some of these sounds are so good that we could actually use them instead of UI. Use them for sound effects. It has some potential to be used somewhere. But yeah, I think we're gonna, I don't know, there's so many sounds, I don't know what to use for what. Let's see what this was. Could this be used for a dash? What was that? There was another sound that I really liked. The, let me see. Was it really this one? I guess so. My side is behind a bit, and it's hurting me because I don't know how to fix it. Are you talking about the your stream? You mean the stream is delayed for you? I mean, there's always going to be some sort of delay. Usually, I think on average for people, it's like around 1 or 2 seconds. Refreshing the page obviously does help sometimes. It's weird because, like, also Twitch does this thing where, like, I don't know, like, if ads play, let's say you, like, play an ad and, like, you pause the ad and then you resume the ad, the stream also has some sort of delay, which kind of sucks. Like, I don't know why they did it that way. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it's a technical issue. Not sure. Hopefully it's not me. I mean, I pay for a decent buck for internet, so. All right, we'll throw all of these in there too. Here, I'm gonna try throwing this into the game. What I'd love to see is I have not much. What I love to see that I have not seen in your game are animated cutscenes, like in Super Meat Boy, for example. Are you planning to add cutscenes? Yeah, actually, I am. I've currently actually commissioned someone to work on some animated cutscenes. So, yeah, stay tuned. It should be by the. Right now, there's going to be one. Well, currently, we're only working on one animated cutscene. for the like introduction to the game, and then after that one's finished, like, since I don't know how it's gonna go, if that one does really well, we'll add a few more. I'm excited for it. I don't know what to expect. I'm hoping like working with the artist is gonna be really cool. But yeah. In fact, I think I have another call with them on Wednesday. I gave them like a whole script and everything, and they're gonna work on the they said they're working on a storyboard, so they're doing that, and then we'll see how the storyboard goes, and then from there we'll see. It's gonna be done, well, we anticipate for it to be done in January, so that would mean that there would be only one for the base game, like one animated scene, but that'll be for the base game that I don't release on Steam yet. Like we'll keep posting updates to the game, but yeah, the cutscenes I'm thinking will be there for like maybe version 1.1. I'm not sure actually what I'm gonna do. If 1.0 is gonna be initially only on itch, or we'll just call it like 0.9 on itch, and then when I officially release on Steam, that'll be 1. Yeah. As someone with slow internet, I've had this problem on Twitch for years. Go into cog settings on the player and go to advanced and turn off low latency. It sounds dumb, but you'll always be like 3 to 5 seconds behind, but it stops for delay getting worse over time while watching. Oh, interesting. That actually makes sense. Yeah, like it doesn't mess with the oh yeah. It's funny, like 3 to 5 seconds delay, like latency, that's kind of like, it's crazy that like nowadays that's considered like slow. You know what I mean? Like I wonder how delayed, when you watch stuff on the in like news channels when things were live, like they weren't actually live, or they were live, but like I'm sure there was a huge latency there in case bad things happen so that they can like cut it out. So it might be like, I don't know, maybe like a 30-second delay or something like that. And now we consider like, if it's anything above 2 seconds, it's like, a lot. It's considered a lot. Yeah, I mean 3 to 5 seconds. I guess also plus the time it takes for the streamer to read the message and stuff is another thing. But yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with the sounds just yet. I think a lot of these sounds are good. Oh, speaking of, you guys want to see what we have? That's so funny that Styx just sent me. The person I'm working on the art with, they made a cute little, they made a storyboard actually. I can show you guys what it looks like. This is my first time seeing it too, so. So, the cat is a part of the story. So the environment that I built for the player and the cat was that they're in reality, quote unquote reality, and it's the player and the cat kind of like inspired by like Lo-Fi Girl sort of, or like basically just the vibes of like it's raining outside, it's nice and cozy on the inside, people are chilling, and then all of a sudden, next scene over, the cat notices something outside the door. They go out. And there's like a flash of light. And then the player sees that flash. The player wakes up. They notice the flash of light. They go investigate, and it's a portal into another dimension. And then it's our player going through the portal. And then... Whoa. and then boom, that's how it is. And then this is the other dimension. You gotta save the cat, exactly. It's actually pretty cool. I like it. I mean, obviously this is a story, like it's supposed to be rough sketches, but I think, honestly, I think this is pretty good. This is exactly, almost word for word, like what I said I wanted in the scene, and this is perfect. And I actually like this ending part. It's like, I didn't even think of it. I think she took some creative liberty here, and I think this was actually kind of cool. Twitch doesn't allow rewind live stream, and YouTube I live YouTube Live I have rewind stream, and I don't know. I am way behind in time. Chats are delayed. Yeah, YouTube. I streamed on YouTube for a little while, and yeah, the delay on YouTube was like around 17 seconds. On average, on Twitch, like you know, on a good day it could be around 5 or sub 5 seconds. On YouTube, it was like 17 seconds. Something a lot like this happened to you in real life? The scene? One thing, love storyboards. Maybe save does not does for the game extras. You had to save your cat. I'm not sure if I like the initial this part right here. I'm not sure. But I mean, I think maybe it's fine. I think because there's no visual because I wanted the player to be more ambiguous. Like eventually, I was planning on adding like skins and stuff. So that's the only issue, is like figuring out like what the player should look like visually, or maybe we make it way more ambiguous, where it's just like maybe more of a silhouette than anything else. Yeah, I actually really like this. Dark Reader. Does this? Okay, we have Dark Reader on. I want to copy this. That looks like Styx art, and her name. It's actually me. I was Styx the whole time. But yeah, this is Styx. Boom, boom, boom. Here, let me open up GIMP. Oh, are you already working on Steam collectibles and stuff like that? Collectibles, yes. Achievements, I haven't even explored. I plan on adding achievements, but I haven't added them to the game yet. That's probably gonna be the last thing I do, probably. Copy image. Create from clipboard. What the hell? Why is it not grabbing my image here? Here, let me maybe download. Let me try this one more time. Copy image. Create from clipboard. Okay, that's weird. Here, I'll download this. Yeah, but this is pretty cool. Save image as. Memory intro. I'll just throw it here. Goddamn, GIMP is kind of annoying. What is it called? Memory intro. Memory. Here it is. It sounded like you said Amori. Almost, yeah. It does sound similar to Amori, but yeah, it's Memory. It's Amori. I know there's a way to invert. There we go. I just like staring at a dark screen. This is how I visualized it more. So like, I mean, it would be a darker scene. So I feel like this helps with seeing what exactly. Memento Mori. Yeah, it's based on Memento Mori. It's like it's supposed to be a short version of Memento Mori. Shit, the cat is pretty chubby here. I think it's cute, but I wonder if I should keep it chubby. I think we'll make it a little bit more a little less chunk. I was thinking memory. Yeah, I think a lot of people will probably spell it as or pronounce it as memory, but it's technically memory, like memento mori. I actually wanted to name it Memento Mori, but like there are a few titles already named that, so I didn't wanted something slightly more unique. Actually, the game was originally called Afterlife, but yeah, Memento Mori I like more because it's the story's a little call it Afterlife wouldn't I don't want to say anything. I'll just say memory in Spanish is memoria. Memoria, yeah. Or like also like I think in Spanish also like memory, like more like I died, right? Spanish to English, like me. Yeah, I died. I don't know if it's grammatically correct. But yeah. But yeah, originally the inspiration for the title was Memento Mori. But there's like a bunch of things, like I mean, it's like what a double entendre. Like there's a lot of things that you could say. Like it is kind of like memory too. Like you, literally it's just one letter. So like, you know, there could be flashback. Originally the game was called Memory, and I was thinking of having like memory flashbacks. So like, you know, a bunch of things could overlap, but yeah. The whole theme is death in general. Or like, you know, themes of death. Or themes of the afterlife or death and everything in between. Just life, I guess. Life and death. And Memento Mori, by the way, for those of you who don't know, is like it's like a Latin phrase, which basically means to remember death. It's sort of like, you know, like there's a bunch of Latin phrases like, was it like, what the hell's the most popular one? From, I'm drawing a blank right now. Latin phrases. Tis the day, or not tis the day, seize the moment or something like that. Carpe not momentum. Carpe diem, yeah. Stuff like that, you know, those types of like phrases, which means to urge to someone to take the most of the present time and give little thought to the future. And then memento mori is more like Memory. Memento. The exact definition is remember you must die. They do it. They put it on a lot of like tombstones and stuff. Also, how's it going, Yolan TV? Welcome. Yeah, it's usually like a death related thing, but like, you know, I'm not trying to make the game dark per se. It's mainly it's supposed to be like a lighthearted approach to this. Bum, bum, bum. If that's the case, then name the cat Eunice and the player Anus. Why? Why? Why no? Scoring a scream since TCAP raid. Oh, I see. Well, welcome. And thank you for the follow. But yeah. I really like this. This was perfect. We finished the demo and now we have this to look at. We have new sounds. Here I want to throw this into our notes. This is so cool. And I like this darker version. I'm going to save this instead. Is your game going to make me shed a tear? A big inspiration. Unus anus means a single year. I see. Okay. One of the inspirations for this game was Ori in the Blind Forest. So, maybe that'll, perhaps if Ori and the Blind Forest maybe made you shed a tear, potentially this game will too. But also, or like I'm hoping with cinematics, like something. The answer to your question is like yes. I want to have some sort of like emotional thing that happens in the game, but I'm also not like prioritizing it. But if it does happen, and like the stars align, I do have something planned. I do have some stuff planned. Do. Here, let me throw this in. So I have something for the story, actually. I don't know if people, like, I know it's going to be exposed no matter what. Certain things I would like to keep a secret, like maybe, like, yeah, literal secrets in the game. But yeah, if you watch this stream long enough, you'll probably be exposed to everything, including the story. But maybe I'll keep, maybe I'll keep the cinematics a secret. Like once Styx finishes the cinematics, I won't actually show it to you guys. That way, there's something to look forward to. Because like obviously, all of the development. Where the hell is my story? I had story somewhere here. Oh, here it is. Let me make sure there's no Yeah, I don't know if you guys want to see this. I mean, you guys see this. I guess that kind of exposes it already. The storyboard that we made, or that Styx made. Yeah, here are the vibes that I sent her as like, you know, references. It's kind of like we wanted something like this, and then, yeah. Just like Memento Mori, it's its own thing. So unus anus, 1 year. That makes sense. Okay. 1 and annual. Unus anus. Unus anus. But yeah. This cat's pretty cute too. But yeah, also the gender of the player I kind of want to keep sort of ambiguous. So I need to figure out what we're gonna do here with the player. Because again, there's gonna be a character select, and you can kind of choose whatever you want, including skins. I won't type that Latin in my browser. Too scared of Google. True. Unus. My PC crashed. Welcome back. We'll have to see. What can we do with the player? Ambiguous. Player. Ambiguous drawing of person. Ambiguous. You got cats. I guess if they're if the character, I think maybe if we make the character look more young, that could help. Because our character already looks young in the game, because they're just a ghost. So if we make the character look young, like it's just a kid, I think that'll help. YouTuber I watched did a thing around COVID centered around Memento Mori. That's why I remembered Anus Anus. Anus Anus. Alright, I'll save this for another time. I'm not too concerned with it. I think all in all, it's pretty good though. Another game, I'm trying to think. There's this game that I actually had a while back. Shit, what was that game called? I had it on my desktop. I think I still do. Inmost. Have you guys heard of Inmost? It was an indie game. I think it's on Steam, actually. The art of this game is really well done. It's not non-ambiguous. Like obviously this is a feminine, actually, but it's pixel art, so it's obviously very hard to tell. Oh yeah, when I said PC, I meant laptop versus a desktop. I see. I still haven't finished this game, but I'd like to. Maybe we should look at it for inspiration on aesthetics as well. Well, yeah. I think we will call it here. I've got some stuff I need to do today as well. Alrighty. Yeah, we'll call it here. I'm really excited for this new storyboard. Or I'm excited for the cinematic. I'm excited for the new demo. I'm not sure. I still don't know exactly what we're gonna do for this new demo. Tomorrow we're gonna do some more. Tomorrow is going to be a marketing day. I'll do some marketing actually off streams. But working on the events and stuff like that, I might do tomorrow on stream, and then I also need to update like I think we're gonna create an official speedrunning. Like we have the speedrunning page already, so for anyone interested in speedrunning the game, you can find there is a link on my. Usually, I think it should be on the bottom of my profile. I think I added that recently. But yeah, if anybody's interested in speedrunning the game, there is a button here for that. But this was the old version. Wow, it's crazy. This was only 3 months ago. We've made so much progress in the last 3 months. It's kind of crazy, actually. But yeah. This next version will be for 7%. For version 7, which will only be for the demo. Which will only include chapters 1, 2, and 3 for the speedrun, and then the final, speedrun version will include all 6 chapters. But I'm not done with all 6 chapters, so I don't think I should include it. But yeah, I'll see you guys around. I'll see you at Dex. Yummy slushies. Wolfie Master. Who else is here? Yolan TV, thank you for the follow, and Indie3D, thank you for taking taking interest in the game. By the way, oh, you had a question. Is your game gonna? Oh, shed a tear. You asked that. Yeah. There will be potentially some tear shedding. Potentially. And everyone, Pegorly, I'll see ya. And everyone else. All right, let's see who's online. There's Jitspo, Charlie. Oh, Atten Gundev is actually streaming currently. I think we have to go for them. They're making a roguelike platformer. All right. Alrighty, people. Till next time, if you want to wishlist me more, you can find it here. It's greatly appreciated. Helps with the algorithm. We're going to go for Atgon. I think they're doing a... I think they are doing a game jam. I might be misremembering, though. Alrighty, people. Bye.